higher. Meantime, Chris Heisey at U.S. Trust detailing his outlook for equities.
People are looking for opportunities to come back into equities. They're sliding up a greased pole to a certain extent because we're starting to slow down. We're starting to see the financial conditions bite. And yields are now cresting at the back end.
Right now, the S&P 500, 65 points higher. That's up 1.6%. 43.03 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 405 points. That's up 1.2%. The NASDAQ 100, 215 points higher, up just about 1.5%. The long bond, 11 basis points lower. That is at 481. News from SpaceX, the internet service there, Starlink, has hit cash flow break-even, at least according to Elon Musk. They beam the internet down to Earth with like a zillion satellites.
Sure.
By the way, sitting on the back deck at night with Neil Grossman wine,
yeah,
you can see these satellites overhead. I mean, they're little specks, but they're all over the place.
Sure, they're not stars?
Yeah, I was going to say. How do you know?
Well, after a bottle of wine,
who
knows what they could be.
A box of wine, I thought that we were going with.
I thought you were going to say after a box of wine, your vision somehow increases. Like
I get Superman vision.
Superman.
After a couple of.
If you have eye problems like glaucoma, apparently like cannabis helps.
No,
with that.
Why don't you believe me? There's satellites. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure. Very good. We'll take that. The things you see from the Jersey Shore. John Tucker, thank you so much. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Also streaming live on YouTube. Matt, are you an Airbnb guy?
Actually, yeah, I do sometimes look. It's rare that I go that route over a hotel, but I always check, and if there's something really cool, I will take it. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. I'm not really that much. My kids are, especially when they travel internationally. But Airbnb, put out some numbers. I thought that the numbers for the quarter just passed were really good. I mean, that revenge travel is still kicking, but like a lot of companies, cautious outlook here. So stock trading off just a little bit here. But let's talk about that business. We can do that with Mandeep Singh. He's a technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He actually made it into our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio today, so we appreciate that. I can't say the same for Bloomberg Intelligence Management. Spotty record
always calling
there.
them out.
Spotty record at best. All right, Mandeep, what do we see from Airbnb here?
I mean, look, as you said, this is a profitable business model, very simple, but at the same time, they keep generating ton of cash. The problem they have is the addressable market, and that's where there are still question marks. How big is this alternative accommodations addressable market? And look, they've had a great run. They are literally a monopoly when it comes to alternative accommodations. It's just the TAM part that people are not clear of. And in a macro like this, those concerns surface even more.
So what is the addressable market that you can see? I mean, do we need to have a number in order for people to invest, or can't this just be a company with good growth and strong free cash flow?
I mean, this is, a company with a great brand and literally a verb when it comes to thinking of alternative accommodations, has a Gen Z appeal. Question is, what can they layer on the app? When people go to Airbnb, they just go for booking their travel. Can they layer in flights or car rentals? Things like other OTAs like Booking and Expedia do. And that's where people are still not clear what is the next leg of growth.
I will say, having used all three and pretty regular user of all three, Booking and Expedia, their apps blow. I don't enjoy my experience using the Expedia app. It's not fun or cool. Booking.com maybe a little bit better, but Airbnb, what a nice look. It's elegant. What a great user experience. I mean, I far prefer, I would pay more to book something on that kind of app than I would to book something on a crappy Amazon-y
app. Look,
app.
Brian Chesky last night, he called out how Gen AI can change the way people book travel because it's more interactive and, it's almost like a virtual agent you're talking to who can help you book your travel as opposed to you searching for dates or the location you want to book travel for. So he did talk about a lot of UI changes, but clearly, Airbnb has that direct traffic, which is what drives the operating leverage.
All right. So when the Summit dads go skiing out west, our cruise director, Ray from Summit uses Verbo VR, and great, works out great for us. But what we need in that app is we need to
it's
have
like someone using Lyft instead of Uber.
No, we need to have these are for vacation rentals. It's kind of a different gig. So, but what we need on there is drizzly like things, so the booze can be there when we get there, and we need like some shopping things, Instacart on there, so our food can be there. So can you take care of that for us?
Yeah.
That's what we need. See, that's what they need.
That's why you've got so many apps, Lyft, Instacart, and they're doing one specific use case.
Yeah.
Ideally, from a customer perspective, you want to bundle everything together, which is what Uber is trying to do with ride sharing and delivery. And look, I think could Airbnb bundle a few things? They could, but they're not as margin accretive as their core business is, which is why I said this is a simple business, but it generates a ton of cash flow.
How about New York City? They made it tougher to list on Airbnb.
Yeah.
What did the city do, and what kind of impact is that having on Airbnb?
That's the big risk with a company like Airbnb. Clearly, it's a marketplace where you have steady supply growth of hosts who are, putting their properties on the platform. But in a place like New York, where rental inflation is high, there will always be a crackdown. What is the impact of Airbnb on the rentals? And that's where
the city's saying it's pushing up the price of rentals because it's taking inventory off the market?
Inventory off the market, yes. I mean, these are people putting their places on Airbnb. And if other major cities start doing the same, then that becomes a supply risk.
I will say I don't find that many awesome places on Airbnb for good deals. Like if I look around other cities, if I'm going to Valencia, if I'm going to Sevilla, then I find really cool flats on Airbnb for great prices. If someone's coming to visit me in New York, I'll look on Airbnb and see what there is, and I'm like, ugh, no thank you.
Well, so that's where maybe the city is too far ahead in terms of blaming Airbnb for not being able to control inflation when it comes to rentals. But clearly, that is a threat that is looming on Airbnb with any jurisdiction. And the good thing with Airbnb is the business is diversified. They said New York is just 1% of their revenue.
Yeah. Right.
So even if they advance, it's okay. Unless this becomes a major thing where top 10 cities all decide to do the same.
How global is Airbnb?
They have a presence in 200 plus countries.
Wow.
So they're huge. And that's why this business is so well diversified. Even if you've got macro issues, they will continue to do well. The only risk is supply growth, and then obviously anything to do with regulation and what the cities end up doing.
I'm just looking at FA function, which is a financial, and kind of got low to mid double digit top line growth, EBITDA margins mid 30s, free cash flow, plenty of great free cash flow.
Yeah.
So as I
wonder if they're in cows.
COWS probably.
COWZ.
COWZ. But the stock's up 36% year to date, so it's had a good run. But
and it trades at a premium valuation. Compare that to Booking and Expedia; it's almost 2 or 3x times the multiples that Airbnb gets. So it's the highest trading multiple stock when it comes to internet companies.
Interesting. See, how about that? All right, Mandeep Singh. Real quick, we got Apple after the close. What's your 10 seconds?
China exposure, I can't stress enough, not only the revenue side, but also the supply chain. And look, this is all driven by what they end up doing in the near to medium term.
All right, I'm not going to listen to the call. I'll just read your note, okay? So that's good.
It's not in cows, by the way.
It's not in cows? Okay.
No.
All right, Mandeep Singh, along with that guy in Chicago, they're really good tech analysts. They lead our tech effort on a global scale. And we have a great tech research team covering all that space, including AI. I didn't even want to mention AI, but he brought it up. So, but it seems to be all over the place. S&P 500 really kind of holding its gains here, up 1.5%. NASDAQ up 1.4%. So some strong gains across the board in the equity space. Maybe the Fed is done. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Steve Rappaport.
Paul, Delta stock is up more than 2% after the airline announced a round of job cuts. More on that from Bloomberg's Tom Busby.
In a statement, the carrier wrote, quote, "While we're not yet back to full capacity, now is the time to make adjustments to programs, budgets, and organizational structures across Delta to meet our stated goals." Now, that goal is to save money, and the cuts will not impact pilots, flight attendants, or mechanics. Delta calls it a, quote, "small adjustment," but won't yet say how many white-collar workers are being axed.
Thanks, Tom. JetBlue is barred from Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport next summer. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti explains why.
Word comes as the Dutch government's capacity restrictions at the European hub limit available slots for all airlines. Officials say airlines with historical rights to allocations at the airport will have to reduce their slots by 3.1%, as the first stage of capacity cuts will kick in next year. JetBlue, which only started serving Amsterdam as its third transatlantic destination in August, previously said it would ask U.S. authorities to bar KLM from New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport by way of retaliation. The Dutch government ultimately plans to cut annual flights at the state-owned airport by about 10% to reduce noise pollution.
Thanks, Gina. Shares of JetBlue are up more than 3%. And Moderna stock takes a hit after the vaccine maker said it expects revenue to fall sharply next year to well below analyst estimates. Moderna sees revenue falling to about $4 billion next year, with sales growth resuming in 2025 as new vaccines hit the market. And those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Steve Rappaport. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, solid day for the equity markets here. S&P 500 up 1.4%. The NASDAQ up 1.3%. Strength on the back of what we heard from Fed Chairman Jay Powell, in large part. Maybe at or near a top four rates is kind of what the market's suggesting here. Yields pulling back. The 10-year Treasury off 6 basis points now to 4.67. The 30-year now solidly below that 5% level it enjoyed for a few weeks there. 4.83. That's off almost 10 basis points on the long end of the curve. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Amy Morris has got world and national news for us.
Thank you, Paul. During a House Republican leadership news conference this morning, Speaker Mike Johnson said he believes Republicans and Democrats can pass a bill that will fund the U.S. border and aid for Ukraine.
We want to pair border security with Ukraine because I think we can get bipartisan agreement on both of those matters. If we're going to take care of a border in Ukraine, we need to take care of America's border as well. And I think there's bipartisan support for that idea.
Speaker Johnson says funding for Ukraine comes next. Several mayors will be in Washington, D.C. today. They're here, actually, to ask the White House and Congress for action on the migrant crisis. They include the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson.
We're going to push the federal government just like we're going to push the state of Illinois to do its part. Look, Chicago is leaning in. We have borne the brunt of the responsibility here. That's not an equitable distribution of how government should cooperate.
Also in attendance are mayors of New York City, Los Angeles, Houston, and Denver. We're learning more now about the death of Matthew Perry. Friends director James Burrows says he's shocked over Perry's sudden death, but that some drugs are already being ruled out as a cause.
We were so proud of him these last couple of years that he was making a remarkable recovery.
TMZ reporting Perry did not have fentanyl nor meth in his system at the time of his death. People close to the actor said he was sober and happy in the hours leading up to his death. The final Beatles recording is here. The track is called Now and Then. It came from the same John Lennon demo tapes that Yoko Ono gave to the other three Beatles back in the 90s to make two other songs. Lennon's vocals were cleaned up last year using artificial intelligence. Now, this song is being released today as a single alongside Love Me Do, which, you know, it's the Beatles' first originally released in 1962 is their first single. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Matt.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up in the next hour, Andrew Bailey, Bank of England governor. He's going to speak with Guy Johnson, so we'll get the latest there from the central banker in the UK. Matt, can ChatGPT pass the CFA exam?
Yeah, I saw that headline and I clicked immediately. You can relax, I guess.
For now?
No, I don't think so. So ChatGPT is the free version.
Okay.
That's the one that I have, and it can't play Yahtzee or do a crossword puzzle. So I don't think that it could pass the CFA. And indeed, a team of JP Morgan researchers and university academics are running tests to see how it would fare. The free version from OpenAI, ChatGPT, cannot pass level 1 or level 2 based on the estimated pass rates and the average self-reported scores that they get from previous test takers. However, the paid version, and I think it's only $20 a month. I have yet to pull the trigger on that.
That's GPT-4?
GPT-4 is like the better version. They say it would have a decent chance of passing CFA level 1 and level 2. They haven't looked through level 3. So I think it's pretty amazing. This service that anyone can get for just $20 a month can pass the vaunted CFA, which
usually takes, on average, 4 years for people to pass all three levels. It used to be it was only offered in June of every year. So no matter what, you had to wait at least 3 years to complete this. Now they offer it more times throughout the year, so people can pass all three levels typically sooner, but the average is still about 4 years.
Well, it's a movable feast, you know?
Oh, of course. Exactly.
I say that because Tom Keene has passed all three levels of the CFA.
Yes.
I think he's the only one of us talent here who's done it.
Yeah, talent.
Who has the
loosely
time?
Defined.
Now you can just use ChatGPT.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land expand this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, Andrew Bailey, Bank of England governor. He's going to be speaking with Bloomberg's Guy Johnson. That'll be coming up in just moments, and we will bring that to you. We're also on a C-suite conversation going to speak with Amit Walia, CEO at Informatica. It's a publicly traded company, and he's going to join the show to discuss earnings, cloud technology, and potential layoffs in the technology space. But first, let's kick things off.
Wait, hang on.
Yes, sir.
I have a surveillance correction.
Okay, please,
to issue.
let it rip.
I said Tom Keene was the only one of us in terms of people on air that have passed all 3 levels.
And I'm guessing...
I stand corrected.
Okay, bring it.
I know at least one more has.
Okay.
Romaine Bostick.
Oh, nice.
Who anchors The Close on Bloomberg Television, and there's a simulcast, obviously, with Bloomberg Radio as well.
Oh, nice.
So Romaine is an official charter holder.
Oh, we like that.
He has passed all 3 levels. He has a CFA.
All right, good for Romaine. All right, let's kick things off right now with Charlie Pellet.
Very much, and here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continue to push higher. Wall Street keeps advancing a day after the Fed hinted it may be done with rate hikes. Traders now eagerly awaiting tomorrow morning's jobs report. We've got the 10-year right now at 4.67%, with the 2-year that's yielding 4.99%. S&P up 59, a gain of 1.4% to 42.97. The Dow up 364 points, up 1.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is higher by 1.3%. Spot gold lower, little change, down 50 cents the ounce to $19.82, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2.3%, $82.30 for a barrel of WTI. Traders and investors are digesting yesterday's Fed decision amid speculation the Fed is done with rate increases. Neil Grossman is the co-founder of TKNG Capital, and on Bloomberg Markets this morning, he talked about the Fed and its efforts to bring down inflation.
If it takes them 4 or 5 years to get to 2%, and we have embedded an average of 4 or 4.5% inflation or whatever it is for 5 or 7 years, those shock waves don't go away. And they're not willing to say we need to get inflation to 2% immediately, and we need to maintain it for an extremely long period of time because the political consequences are difficult.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple reports today after the close of trading. Apple shares up now by 1.5%. Qualcomm after earnings surging 5.6%. And Starbucks after earnings up now by 10.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. As Charlie was just reporting, strong day in the equity markets across the board. Let's see where the action is under the hood. We welcome Bailey Lipschultz. He covers all the markets for Bloomberg News. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Bailey, what are you looking at today?
Yeah, a lot of strength in the micro and the macro. S&P home stocks on pace right now for the best jump since early January, late December, depending where that shakes out. You've got Top Build up 6.6%, DR Horton up 5.5%, KB Homes up more than 5%, as is Toll Brothers. So obviously that's part of the macro trend. One of the notable outperformers so far is Roku, ticker ROKU, right now up 31%, good for, on an intraday basis, the best jump since July.
Dude, Roku, it's a stealth winner.
Depending how you look at it, it's still down 84% from the peak.
Okay.
Worth throwing that out there.
But it's up 92% year to date.
Yeah.
And I don't even really know what it is. Is it like Apple TV?
So they have, it's similar to the Amazon Fire Stick. I have a Roku. So they get advertisements. They have their own platform. They actually, part of the reason that they had a surprise 3Q profit is because they started developing and selling TVs at Best Buy. So you can buy
But
a
it's like an over-the-top box, basically. If you don't buy the TV that has it integrated, is it just like a box or a stick that you plug in?
It's a stick, yeah.
And then from that, you can use that platform to put your Hulu and your Apple TV and your Disney and everything on it.
Exactly, and they have their own Roku channel, which pulls in their own stuff. So that was kind of the excitement back in 2021. It peaked at $479 on a closing basis. Right now it trades at 78, was kind of the excitement that everyone's going to have a Roku. Everyone's going to have 4 Rokus, and they're going to continue to dominate and grow that way.
But it's so weird that they were so excited about that, because doesn't everyone want to just get an Apple TV box? Or
I'm cheap. I have a Roku.
Or a Fire Stick?
Fire Stick's easy, yeah.
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 And
Competition.
Google probably has like Chromecast or something.
Everyone's got some kind of way to stream.
Like Paul
TV.
always says, you need to be able to defend your franchise. You need to be able to put a moat around the remote. And it just seems difficult in that space.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at Sinclair Broadcast Group just because I took it public way back in the day. It's up 30% today on some better than expected news, but it's just a small little TV broadcast.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Two of the other outperformers after earnings, Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. I can't come on and not talk Wegovy, Mounjaro, Ozempic, both rallying after third quarter sales beat expectations for both of those. So still seeming like people can't get enough of these injections. When you look at it on a point basis, Eli Lilly, ticker LLY, the driver of the fourth most points on the S&P 500 today, so trailing Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, and right above Starbucks, who's also ripping after beating expectations.
So Lilly's obesity drug is called Mounjaro, which I think is kind of sadistic. Doesn't that sound like an Italian person telling you to eat? Mounjaro, you know?
I took Italian in college one
And that's
semester.
not
And
the
that
word
is,
for
I'm
to
pretty
eat,
sure
no.
it's not. I will ask my in-laws, who I think maybe speak Italian.
Well, I'm looking at Ken. I don't think he doesn't know.
May speak Italian. You don't know what?
I think their last name is Verricchio. My fiance's grandparents certainly speak Italian. I don't know if her parents do. Probably.
If I was pretending to be able to speak Italian and I said Mounjaro, you would know what I mean, right?
Have you seen the Family Guy episode where Peter thinks he speaks Italian? He says bippity boop boop.
Yes, of course I have. Any other market movers?
Yeah, what else you got?
Marriott right now down 2.4%, had fallen as much as 4%, narrowing their adjusted EPS guidance for the year, which missed expectations. Truist came out saying they suspect investors would be more focused on that guidance, obviously, which is lighter than expected. So you're seeing some of the ebbs and flows as it relates to travel stocks. Another stock.
You know who loves Truist? Bill Gross. Right? He just tweeted about it. Yeah. Did you not see that? Do you not follow Bill Gross on X, formerly known as Twitter? Bill Gross says the regional bank falling knife has hit bottom. He tweeted that phrase and said that he's buying Truist, Citizens Financial, Key Corp, and First Horizons.
Yeah, those are some of the high-quality ones. So I've been waiting for that call because it is a falling knife. I'll let somebody else grab it. Bailey, thanks so much for joining us. Bailey Lipschutz covers all the equity markets for us. Now, we want to bring you a discussion with Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey. He sat down for an interview with our Guy Johnson after the B of E kept rates unchanged. Let's go to that discussion right now.
Well, the message we're giving is that we have, our job is to get inflation down to the 2% target. Now, we've made a lot of progress this year, and I believe we'll make more progress in the rest of this year, but we've still got a long way to go. So, our very clear message is we think the policy is having a restrictive effect at the moment. But I'm afraid we're going to have to maintain this stance for what we describe as an extended period of time.
Yeah. What is an extended period of time? Is that a year? Is that 6 months? How do you?
We don't know.
How do you make that language work?
What I described, we described in the report is really we took two approaches. One is to take the market curve, as it was, a week or so ago, and that delivers inflation coming back to target, broadly on the sort of 2-year horizon. We also took a constant rate path, just maintaining it throughout the next 3 years at the current rate. Brings it back a little bit quicker, but there's not much between them. So the key point here is, we're going to have to maintain this stance to be absolutely assured that inflation is coming back to 2%.
The point in there is, though, that the market forecast, which does have cuts priced into it, albeit it was a week ago and there was only one of them, it does have a cut price in, and that gets you to a situation where you've got inflation basically back down to targets within 2 years. It significantly reduces the risk of a recession. Isn't that, therefore, the most probable outcome when it comes to the interest rate path, i.e. at least pricing in one cut during that horizon?
Actually, neither of those two paths had a recession in them. What they both have is very subdued growth. That's it. Because at the point when we did this...
But a reduced risk of recession.
Well, I mean, they are slightly reduced. There was only about 25 basis points difference between the two paths if you average it out over 3 years. So there's not much between these paths. And that supports the story that we're saying, which is, look, we're going to have to maintain this stance for an extended period to ensure we get to 2%.
Why have you felt, though, today that you've needed to reiterate that so strongly? The language is a little bit more hawkish.
I think for two reasons. One is because we still see the risks to inflation as being on the upside at the moment. And it's important not to that message not to get lost. Yeah, and there are several reasons why we think the risks are on the upside, but they are still on the upside. Secondly, if you don't mind me saying so, because everybody's started to ask the question about cuts. So, in a way, I think we have to sort of lean against that and say, no, we've got to maintain restrictive policy.
Okay, let's come back to that. Everybody started to talk about cuts. The market has started to price cuts. You're saying you do need to therefore lean in on that?
Well, I'm not leaning against the curve that we used when we did the forecast, because frankly there wasn't a lot of difference between those two views, so the constant throughout and the market then.
But any more than that? Would you want to lean in on that?
Well, what I'm going to say is this. If the market has taken from what we have published today a view that we are leaning towards more cuts, then I'm afraid I will lean against that, yes.
In terms of the other message that you may be giving today, and that may be a broader message, inflation expectations have probably become more de-anchored here than maybe elsewhere. Is there therefore a need to reiterate that restrictive policy will be with us for longer in order to make sure that policy does re-anchor policy back to where you would like it to be? Do you need to make that message crystal clear at this point?
I don't think that inflation expectations have become more de-anchored here, actually. I think all major central banks have had pretty similar experiences. And I think we're all having to give variants of these messages because, frankly, yes, we've got to see inflation come down. And there is you're right in highlighting that there's an important link, obviously, between today's inflation, the expectations that people form, and therefore what inflation is going to be in the future. So it's an important...
Is the pain worth the gain? Is that another? But do you need to reiterate that side of things as well? That yes, we're going to have restrictive policy. We are going to re-anchor policy, but it's going to be worth it.
Well, I do strongly believe that because I do say often, and it's important to say it, that of course if we continue in a situation where inflation is above target, then that's going to be a worse outcome.
Do you think we are heading for an environment where rates are higher for longer? Let's talk a little bit about the curve. I know you don't want to lean on the curve, but let's talk about the curve. The curve certainly since the last meeting has steepened significantly at the long end. Got a bear steepening. Long end rates have come up. Curve's flat as a pancake. Why do you think that is? Firstly, Jay Powell's talked about term premium. There's deficit pricing going in there. You talked in the introduction about maybe a higher R-star neutral rate. It could be stickier inflation. Firstly, why do you think that has happened? What message is the long end of the curve sending?
I think there's one or two things that we're picking up from there. I do think that the higher for longer message has been absorbed over this period that you're describing. So you go back to the summer, I think it's a fair point to sort of start. I do think that the market has absorbed this from central banks in the plural has absorbed this message and it's got reflected in curves. I think there's a term premium element as well, as you rightly say. What I would say there is that there is a very large, what I would call sort of global element to that.
Sure.
And interestingly, I think if you look at the UK and the euro area together in terms of curve movements, pretty similar sorts of numbers. US, though, quite a lot bigger.
Yep. So there is a bit of term premium in there. Is there a danger that the US curve steepens up, stays elevated, and we end up importing tighter monetary conditions, tighter financial conditions as a result of that, when actually the economy may not need that? There's a sort of gravitational effect between treasuries, gilts, bunds, and we may end up, because of that story, being too tight here.
Well, we always, of course, have to factor that into our policy setting, and we have to factor that into our forecast, and we will do that. Obviously, that's why we importantly condition on a market curve, because it gives us an ability to do just that. So, if we get more of that, I mean, we will obviously do that, and adjust our adjust our judgment accordingly.
Final question: would there be a way of leaning in on that? Could you twist QT, for instance, to kind of alter the shape of the curve, maybe to deal with that imported financial conditions?
We've taken quite a strong position that we're not running QT to move the curve around. That we're running it in what I call a neutral fashion in that sense. And it would frankly take a lot to move me from that position. I think, on the whole, I think that's, as well. So my mother used to say it'd be a bit clever, too clever by half.
Yep.
So I don't envisage us doing that, no.
All right, that was Guy Johnson, Bloomberg's Guy Johnson. Speaking with Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey, the BOV kept rates unchanged, much like we saw from our U.S. Federal Reserve. Darkening the door, one Barry Ritholtz. He is the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. He's got a podcast, whatever those things are, that's pretty popular.
Masters in Business.
Masters in Business. Thank you very much.
By the way, I have a podcast.
You have a podcast?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Hot Pursuit.
Hot Pursuit. Okay.
And I connect it to Barry's podcast and try and ride his podcast coattail because he has the most popular podcast.
I know.
At Bloomberg.
So you guys talk cars? You could have Barry in to talk cars.
We do.
I've done that already. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You and Hannah Elliott.
That's right. The three of us.
Yeah.
Let's talk about central banks right now, Barry. I lost an hour of my time yesterday listening to Jay Powell.
Okay.
You'll never get it
and
back.
I'll never get it back. He didn't really say much.
But the markets are ripping.
The markets are. So what do you think? This is the best 4 days, consecutive 4 days in the equity markets since January. I looked up this morning when Scarlett Fu was proclaiming the slump in the 10-year yield, and I saw it at 462.
Down from 5.
OMG.
Right.
What's going on?
So what's going on is those of us who have been watching the economic indicators and been watching inflation peak in June of 2022 have been saying pretty much since July that the inflation has come down regardless, more or less, of what took place in monetary policy. This wasn't a inflation surge caused by low rates. We've had low rates for 20 years and no inflation. This was the post-pandemic combination of supply chain snafus, people locked in their house for 2 years, just piling up money. And once we let everybody out of the house, revenge travel, spending, just the shift from goods to services caused a surge. And turns out Powell was right. Inflation was transitory. Transitory just took longer than people expected.
All right, Barry Ritholtz, you stick around. We're going to have you for the rest of the hour. We're going to come back in just a moment. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now. Steve Rappaport.
Paul, Moderna shares slide after the drug maker forecasts sales that were well below analyst estimates. Moderna also expects big losses in the third quarter. Stefan Bancel was a guest on Bloomberg Television. He is the CEO of Moderna.
It's really a one-time restructuring. As we talked about at R&D Day back when we spoke in September, we said we're going to right-size manufacturing because, we built manufacturing to deal with a COVID, pandemic. But now that we're going back into endemic setting, we don't need as much capacity. And our cost structure was too high. So we're taking a one-time hit. There's a tiny bit of it that will be in Q4 just because of accounting rule, $200 million of that. But that's a one-time thing. With this, we have a right size to deal with the company, and then we'll be able to grow with the new plants that we are building in Canada, in the UK, and Australia.
That was Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel. Shares of Starbucks are up more than 10% after the chain beat sales expectations for the third quarter. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has more.
The stock is now higher on the year. Going into the report, it had been down just about 9% or so, having a lot to do, of course, with those famous pumpkin spice lattes, along with some of the apple croissants, helping the company to achieve record revenues that beat estimates, in fact, by 1%, $9.4 billion or thereabouts.
Thanks, Abigail. And Boeing has confirmed it's dealing with some kind of cyber incident that targeted elements of its parts and distribution business run by its global services division. The company says flight safety is not affected. And those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Steve Rappaport. This is Bloomberg.
stocks, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all rallying. Wall Street keeps pushing stocks and bonds higher a day after the Fed hinted it may be done with interest rate increases. Traders now eagerly awaiting tomorrow morning's jobs report. S&P right now up 61. That is a gain of 1.4%. The Dow up 383 points, up 1.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 171 points, a gain right now of 1.3%. 10-year yield, 4.68%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.98%. Gold down $1.50 the ounce, little changed at $19.80, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2.4%, $82.37 for a barrel of WTI. Six Flags Entertainment shares are advancing after the company agreed to merge with Cedar Fair in an all-stock deal to create one of the biggest theme park operators in the Americas. Six Flags up 4.3%. Shares of Cedar Fair, they are down now by 1.6%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 62, up by 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. We are joined for the rest of this hour, Barry Ritholtz, founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management.
Can I just interject a question? Because I have a listener writing in who loves Masters in Business and said he thought the Michael Lewis interview that you did recently was fantastic. He wants to know if you have a take on how much time SBF is going to get.
I don't have a clue, but this weekend's interview is Business Week's Zeke Fox, whose book Number Go Up is like the other side of the story. Where if Lewis is telling the SBF fly on the wall, Zeke just does this deep dive into all the things that have gone wrong in crypto. There's some legitimate uses for crypto and a whole lot of scams that he identifies and talks about. Absolutely fascinating. I haven't been paying attention to the trial. Like you don't want to waste an hour of your life listening to Jerome Powell. I can't waste days of my life watching a trial. And then the appeal, and then the books were entertaining. The trial is tedious and boring.
Well, it's not televised. I think if they had cameras in there and it were televised.
There are updates all the time. It just doesn't.
There's some other trials coming up I'd like to see.
Which one do you?
Oh, there's some folks that are facing some legal problems. It'd be interesting. All right, let's stay on this.
I'll tell you what. Well, Jen Rhee was in here yesterday. She said she's flying up to Boston today.
That's what we do at Bloomberg Intelligence.
For which trial?
Spirit. Yeah. Well, it's a JetBlue Spirit thing.
Yep. Let's kind of continue that legal thing. Our next guest, Nouvelle Gonzalo, founder, Gonzalo Law Group. She joins us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio.
Where'd she get her JD? The Ohio State University.
That's right, the Ohio State University, in conjunction with Oxford University in England.
Oh,
so
nice.
the two,
Awesome.
but yes,
I
love
feel
the
like
Ohio
those
State.
two are on the same level as well. OSU
They're
and Oxford.
excellent. They're both excellent universities.
Exactly. All right,
one has a better football team.
One has a better football team, depending upon how you define football.
That's right.
All right. Let's talk about Meta first, because they have been sued by California and 47 other states. Talk about harmful youth marketing. What's going on? I mean, the stock, nobody cares in the stock. Stock's up 155%. From a legal perspective, is there anything there?
Oh, my gracious. This is huge. This is an amazing case because you were looking at over 43 attorney generals from different states that are bringing this case against Meta. And we're talking about a platform that owns Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp. There's about 4 billion users worldwide. What's that?
Threads.
Okay.
That's their new, Twitter competitor, right? Threads.
Yes. So, this is huge. And we have not seen this type of bipartisan support with 43, states going against them. But essentially what the issue is here, this is not only data privacy law, but this is data privacy law in children. Because essentially what the states are arguing is that, hey, you are intentionally harming children with how you're handling your platforms, the features that you're putting in place. And there were internal memos that were leaked from Meta into the public marketplace, and we found out that Meta was aware of the harm that some of its features cause to children. And so now the states are in an uprising over this. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're watching with this case and watching the impact with it. And essentially, some of the main concerns, because you might say, okay, well, look, listen, isn't this just business as usual? You know, companies want to have platforms that their users want to be on. They want to make it user-friendly. They want people to be engaging with it. So how is this that different? But the concern here is not just that, okay, we have an engaging platform, people are using it, but the concern here is that they have a platform that is specifically geared toward and working to psychologically hook kids. And so you say, okay, well, what features are that? I mean, isn't it just kids, you know, online socializing with one another? But actually, we see the comparison-like feature. The filters, they say, are promoting body dysmorphia and eating disorders. They're, you know, saying, oh, did you have that?
No, I have none of that. What I'm fascinated by, look, there's a ton of studies that show us that social media is in general toxic, but it's especially toxic to children, but so are lots and lots of other things. Hey, if our product is bad for you,
right?
Well, yeah, but isn't this something parents are supposed to regulate with their kids' screen
So
time?
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
You know, to me, the bigger concern with Meta, I still call it Facebook, is they and Google just dominate online advertising. It seems like there's a little bit of an antitrust question. How are two companies driving, you know, the vast majority of ads online? It seems there should be some competition in that
It does
space.
seem, I was going to ask you, Novell, is this kind of a way in for prosecutors who have concerns about monopolistic behaviors, but just can't seem to bust them on that? Kind of like, you know, when they were going after Al Capone, they wanted to get him for organized crime, and they actually ended up getting him on tax evasion.
Always taxes, right?
So I just wonder if they're trying to, is this a way for them to go in a back door and maybe kind of break up or minimize a little bit the power of someone like Meta?
I'd say that it's possible, but it's not likely. And that's because they're not asking them to break up their companies. They're asking them to regulate how they're obtaining information on the users and to really comply with data privacy laws. And so that's a different question that we're asking. And so when we're saying, okay, you're doing psychological research on how to make sure things are engaging for children, how to make sure that you're hooking them, you have research that shows it's harming them, but then you say, hey, we're not doing anything wrong. What's the problem here? This is very similar to what we saw with the tobacco companies, what we saw with Big Pharma. And so we have to look at this really closely. It's not just a matter of, okay, right, parents need to regulate what the students are doing, what the kids are doing. But if you have the information, you know what to regulate.
So you lived in Europe for a long time.
Yes.
Europeans seem to take the right to
yes.
privacy laws much more
Yes.
seriously than we do in the United
Yes,
States.
yes.
Wouldn't those sort of things that say it's my data and I can control it, and Facebook, or for that matter, Apple, Google, Amazon, can't be selling and reselling, isn't that the choke point to generate some control over not only how these companies affect us, but specifically what we allow them to do with our minor children's data?
Barry, that is an excellent question, and I couldn't agree more. What we're seeing in the United States is we take a lot of our privacy laws from the European model with the General Data Protection Regulation, or the GDPR. And so we're taking our laws a lot from that, or kind of adopting our own set.
But not as strict. We seem to be much looser than the Europeans.
We're by
right?
state. So we'll see, you know, each state has their own sets of regulations, California, Illinois, and so forth. But we are looking at how they do things. And the reality is, yes, we have those regulations. Yes, we have it to protect, but if they're not being followed, then that's the problem. And that's what's being alleged here, that they're violating some of the children's data protection laws. Okay. And so and I will tell you, if they violated either the children's data protection privacy laws or even any of our state ones, they absolutely most likely violated the global ones, because anytime you have a user from the EU, any part of Europe, the GDPR comes into effect. So I will tell you, it's most likely also that the EU regulators are watching this case very closely, because if they are in fact found to be in violation of privacy laws, consumer protection laws, then we're also going to see probably some issues abroad as well.
What are the damages? If Meta loses the case, what sort of options are going to take place? Is this going to be them writing a big check, or are they going to have to change how they do business?
I think we'll see a variety of things. One of the things that ended up coming up is they were getting ready to launch Instagram Kids. And so Instagram Kids was a platform.
That's awful.
A platform for children aged 13 and under. Wow. And so you're talking about some of the most vulnerable parts of our population. Children's minds are not even developed yet. And so they did this, and they were in works with it. Another memo was leaked, and when that was found out, over 40 U.S. states went ahead and wrote Mark Zuckerberg and said, listen, please stop it. Don't do it. Don't move forward with it. And they did. They paused it. So we might see injunctions here, so a pause on work that they're doing or projects that are in the works. We might see a change in the platform modification. We'll probably see some disclosures, more disclosures, because you can't protect what you don't know is out there or happening to your child. So if you think, oh, what's the harm in letting them, have their comparison-like future or put their filters on? But if you don't know that there's research that this harms your child and there's an intent or a problem, you can't regulate it. So you'll see disclosures.
All right, Nouvelle, thank you so much for joining us. Nouvelle Gonzalo, founder of Gonzalo Law Group, bringing us up to date on some of the legal challenges out there for Meta as anybody, in this case the state, trying to get a handle on some of the content that's being consumed out there, particularly by kids. So we'll stay on top of that. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons has got World and National News for us.
Thanks, Paul. Select people holding foreign passports are streaming across the border of Gaza into Egypt for a second straight day. Colorado pediatrician Dr. Barbara Zinn is among those Americans now heading home. She shared her Gaza experience with ABC News.
We had pretty good access to water. We had pretty good access to food, though at one point in the last week, we looked at our food. We have some people whose jobs are looking at these things, looked at the food, looked at the calories per person, and figured at 800 calories per day, we had enough for 2 days.
Zinn says the hardest part was leaving her patients and friends behind. With wars raging on two fronts, Republican senators have had enough of their fellow Republican, Tommy Tuberville's blockade of military officer promotions and confirmations. We get the latest from Bloomberg's Amy Morris.
Senator Tuberville put the blockade in place as a protest against the Pentagon's policy of covering the costs for troops who travel to seek an abortion. And while Republicans went to the floor to try to get the nominees confirmed one by one, which took hours, Tuberville blocked each one of them. Republican senators are frustrated, including Lindsey Graham.
No matter where you believe it or not, Senator Tuberville, this is doing great damage to our military.
Democrats may have a workaround. Senator Jack Reed has introduced a resolution designed to sidestep the blockade. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The Texas Rangers are World Series champions for the first time in franchise history. Texas defeated the Arizona Diamondbacks 5-0 in Game 5 of the Fall Classic last night in Phoenix. The Rangers were no-hit through the first 6 innings before Mitch Garvey delivered the go-ahead run in the 7th. Juanita Gonzalez is a happy Rangers fan.
Finally, it was about time because they deserved it. They deserved it.
The Rangers will hold a victory celebration tomorrow with a parade near its stadium in Arlington, Texas. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing, with the Dow just about at the best level of the day right now, up 409 points. That is a gain of 1.2%. The S&P up 1.6%, up 66 points, back above 4,300. 4,303 now on the S&P, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 1.5%, higher by 190 points. Wall Street pushing stocks and bonds higher a day after the Fed hinted it may be done with rate hikes. Traders now eagerly awaiting tomorrow morning's jobs report. 10-year yield 4.68%, with a 2-year 4.98%. Spot gold, little change, down 30 cents the ounce to $19.82. West Texas Intermediate crude, though, up 2% now, $82.05 a barrel. David Sarby is portfolio manager at Ancora Advisors. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, and he characterized today's events like this.
I think what we got a little bit of yesterday was the head lifeguard, Jerome Powell, blew the whistle and said, back in the pool. Maybe not the deep end of the pool, but nevertheless, with a little softer tone and blowing the whistle, and lifeguard Jay Powell says, get back in the pool and be a buyer.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple reports after the close of trading today, the stock right now up by 1.8%. We heard from Qualcomm, and Qualcomm shares up now by 6.2%. Again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P above 4,300, up 66 points, up now by 1.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pell, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt Miller on occasion, Paul Sweeney. We are here live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube.com. Also joined here by Barry Ritholtz. He is the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. He's got a podcast that is called Masters in Business. All right, so that's going pretty well. All right, so Barry's hanging out with us, so we got him for another 15, 20 minutes. Let's get our C-suite conversations here. We're going to do it on the tech side today. Amit Walia joins us. He's the CEO of Informatica. Informatica is a NYSE-traded company. INFA is a ticker to load into your Bloomberg terminal. Stock's up 19% today, hitting a 52-week high. It's got a market cap of about $6.7 billion. The company reported earnings last night that the street obviously likes here. So, Amit, thanks so much for joining us. I wonder if you just refresh our memory a little bit, give us kind of the 30-second sketch of what you guys do at Informatica.
Well, thanks for having me. Well, we do data management, which is basically everything to make sure that our customers can leverage data to run their business, whether it's analytics or their end-to-end business flow, governance, privacy, whatever it is. That's what we do with one platform called IDMC, powered by our AI engine, Claire, serving enterprise customers across the globe.
So given that, you would think this environment where companies are trying to analyze their own data, manage costs, look for opportunities and edges, this should be a great environment for anybody working in business intelligence like you guys. What's the environment like today, and what's your outlook?
Well, look, we've had a great year so far, and we actually posted great earnings yesterday. We exceeded all top line and bottom line metrics, whether it's cloud ARR, total ARR, or cash flow and operating income. And what we see is that, look, we serve, whether it's growth initiatives or it's cost containment initiatives, whether it's helping acquire new customers, manage customer churn, manage a supply chain, govern your data. So what we are seeing pretty much across the world is that customers are getting more and more focused on, especially with the AIs coming in the middle of all of this, is how do I get a handle on my data? How do I use it more productively to help me grow my business or manage my cost? And that's what we do. Give them good data, govern data to make business decisions.
So I know that a big part of your investment story is you're making this, I guess, this evolution from on-premise software installations to more cloud-driven. Where are you, would you say, in that transition?
Well, this is the year where we basically move to the last mile of it. We call it cloud-only consumption-driven. We only sell cloud now. This is an amazing transformation where we were selling on-prem. We are done with that. Only sell cloud. We hit record cloud ARR this quarter, growing 37%, much, much faster than the market. One single cloud-native platform that we call Intelligent Data Management Cloud. That, by the way, the usage of that cloud grew 60% year over year to 71 trillion transactions per month, with many products that sit on one platform, making it easier, cheaper for our customers to drive these initiatives. So that's our journey. We are in the last mile of it, and it's going pretty well for us so far.
So what sort of clients work with Informatica? Are you working with big Fortune 500 companies or smaller shops that are looking to grow?
So we serve enterprise customers. So think about the Fortune 5000. We go large enterprise, somewhere upper mid-market. We don't go to lower mid-market or SMB. So think customers like a Unilever or a Kroger or a Ford. These are the kind of customers we serve, or a CVS or a Volvo or a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. So we serve those customers, and these are customers who have multi-cloud, complex architectures. They want to modernize, and they want to make sure they have one platform to go to. We also serve digital natives like an Uber or many other customers like that, like a Twitch and all, to make sure that they can grow into their data-centric or data-first approach. So those are the kind of customers we serve.
So the stock's up 19%. That's despite the fact that you guys disclosed that one of your initial investors from your leveraged buyout back in 2015, Ithaca LP, they're distributing 8.6 million shares tomorrow. And they also own another 51.4 million shares. What are you telling your investors about what you believe are Ithaca's intentions about the remaining 50 million shares?
Well, look, I mean, I think it's a long question, but the way we explain to our investors that these are very sophisticated, large investors, very handful of them in that Ithaca LP, and obviously they have the ability to do what they would like to do, but they are sophisticated investors and they are not going to do anything knee-jerk. We also announced a buyback of $200 million. That basically is that if somebody wants to, we have the ability to pick up the shares, and we can work with them as well. So it's a pretty, these are sophisticated investors, nothing like that. These are not retail investors. So we feel pretty good about where we are with the buyback and the kind of investors that are there in Ithaca LP.
So tell us a little bit about the sort of services and products you sell to this Fortune 5000 group. How does your technology help these companies do better?
It's a terrific question. So if you think of a couple of use cases, like one is analytics. We help customers do analytics to understand their business better, make decisions better, whether these are AI-centered analytics, operational analytics, to basically things like, I want to understand what my overall business is doing today, predict what can happen in the future. That is one huge area of work where we basically help our customers. On the other end is something like data governance and privacy. Large enterprises want to democratize data, but they want to make sure they do it in the right way. There's proper governance so they can comply to rules and regulations, but also make sure that there's no Wild West as more people get access to more data. So democratization and governance is very important.
Ahmed, how you
sit in the middle is basically we have these 360 solutions to get a single view of a customer, single view of a product, single view of a supplier, to make sure enterprises can run their business end-to-end better, making sure that they have full understanding of a customer like you and me so they can serve us better, or the supplier to make sure supply chains are nimble, or the product to make sure right products are launched and they are in the market at the right time, at the right place. So we go from the front end to the back end, helping our customers run their data-first digital enterprise.
Ahmed, just real quickly, 30 seconds, just characterize the competitive landscape you guys are dealing with these days.
But the reality is that, like in our case, there is nobody who has a platform at our scale. We have what we call small startups who have piecemeal products that compete with part of our portfolio. There is nobody stands the scale of a platform like ours, IDMC, with an AI there. There's none like that. We compete with small companies that may have a portion of a product area. And in that case, customers, we are still best of breed, and we have the scale to reduce cost and complexity for our customers.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for taking the time. We really appreciate getting some of your time here today and a day after reporting earnings. Amit Walia, CEO of Informatica. Again, INFA is the ticker for the company right there, New York Stock Exchange stock. And again, the stock's up about 19%, almost 20% today, 52-week high for the stock. So some good numbers that the street liked yesterday. The street and the markets like what they heard from Fed Chairman Jay Powell yesterday, that's for sure. S&P 500 up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 1.5%. So some good moves there. The yields coming in, the 10-year Treasury off about 6 basis points, 4.67% on your 10-year. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Get some company news right now with Steve Rappaport.
Paul, shares of Apple are up more than 1 3/4% as the tech giant prepares to release quarterly earnings after the bell. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow has a preview.
The expectation is this will be the 4th straight quarter of sales declines that Apple will see. And you have to go back 2 decades to find a slump like this for Apple. The iPhone 15 in the context of China will be a focus. The iPhone 15 went on sale September 22nd, meaning there was about a week left in the quarter of sales that will be reflected in the fiscal 4th quarter financial results. But the third-party data has not been good.
That's Ed Ludlow reporting from San Francisco. Ford's tentative contract with the United Auto Workers received its first vote of approval. 82% of workers at a plant in Michigan supported the deal, but it still requires ratification by Ford's 57,000 U.S. workers over the next few weeks. The contract contains a 25% pay increase and a restoration of cost of living allowances. It's only November 2nd, but it looks like the holidays are already here at the nation's biggest coffee chain. Bloomberg's Tom Busby reports.
Starting today, the holiday menu is back at all Starbucks locations. That means those brightly colored Starbucks holiday cups, a whole bunch of holiday pastries, and an extensive menu of festive drinks like the new iced gingerbread oat milk chai and the return of favorites like peppermint mocha, caramel brulee latte, chestnut praline latte, and iced sugar coffee almond milk latte. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Thanks, Tom. Shares of Starbucks are up more than 10%, bolstered by a strong third quarter. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, hands. All right. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, and Barry Ritholtz. We are here in a Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I tell you, a new edition of Bloomberg Television is some Business Week stuff. Max Abelson, our star reporter, he's got a great show, part of that whole Bloomberg Originals things. That's airing tonight. Let's take a listen.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. In my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top.
All right, that's Max Abelson, part of his Bloomberg Business Week show airing on Bloomberg Television Thursday evenings. Joining us in studio is Max Abelson, Bloomberg News. Hey, Max, talk to us about what you guys are doing on your show tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So this is already, it's amazing. It's the 4th episode of the Business Week show. It feels like we just started. We had our first episode about genius, then risk, then moonshots, and now we're on ambition. And I feel like there's no one better to talk about ambition than someone who's running for president as kind of a long shot. The last time I interviewed a long shot presidential candidate was Donald Trump in 2015. Cornel West, the philosopher, is a very, very different figure, I think, in American politics, the American moral landscape than Donald Trump. But he was such a vivid and interesting guest, so surprising, and went in so many places I wouldn't have predicted.
So I know you, Max, from your columns that you've been writing for many years at Business Week, and I always find them to have just the right flavor of snarkiness and humor, and you're always talking about serious subjects, but you bring a wit and charm to the columns, and I've only seen the first 2 episodes. I haven't seen the last 2. When are we going to see more of Max Abelson in the show?
Barry, what a great question. Well, first of all, Barry Ritholtz, I mean, I've known you before I was at Bloomberg News and writing sometimes for Business Week. I think I was a New York Observer reporter, a cub reporter when I first met you.
Really?
And, you know, the reality is that when you're writing about money and power, I think that it's important to the journalism that I do that instead of being snarky, that I try to let people reveal themselves and show them for who they are. And I think that's something that I'm learning to do now with the television show, is figuring out how to get people to reveal themselves when I'm in a room with them and I'm looking into their eyes, Barry, the way I'm looking into your eyes right now. And instead of getting the sort of the cushion of magazine journalism, where I get to add in my own context, I'm doing this without a cushion, without a net. I'm in a room with someone, and it's just us talking. It's in a way, it's very scary, Barry, but it's also kind of thrilling. And when an episode hits, as I think this one does, it's kind of a magical one. It's really fun, and it's very unlike the process of written journalism.
Well, those baby blues will get anybody to confess to anything.
30 seconds. What was the biggest takeaway you had from your discussion with Cornel West?
Well, you know, Cornel West speaks beautifully as a philosopher about, you know, the civil war inside of him, that inside of all of us, any human being, I think, that's in touch with who we are, we've got 2 sides. You know, we've got an ambitious side, and then we've got a humble side. And he is a figure who writes a lot about and thinks a lot about humility, but he's doing this very ambitious thing. In fact, he's being criticized on the left because if potentially Cornel West peels off enough votes from Biden, Trump could win. This is all theoretic stuff. I asked him about that explicitly, and you know what? Instead of previewing the answer, I think I'm going to tell people they're going to have to tune in.
What time?
They're going to have to tune in tonight, 10:30 on Bloomberg TV, and it streams live on Bloomberg Originals at 8:30 New York time.
All right, Max Abelson, thanks so much. Max Abelson, Bloomberg News reporter, with the Business Week show this evening. Coming up in just moments, Sound On. Joe Matthew, Washington, D.C. He's bringing it home, brings on all the happenings and goings on in Washington, D.C. Sound On with Joe Matthew starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The Speaker brings Israel funding to the floor, even though it's apparently DOA in the Senate. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As Speaker Mike Johnson sets a vote today on money for Israel with big questions about its cost, both financially and politically. And we'll get the latest from Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari is going to join us from Capitol Hill, just hours away from the vote, and we'll explore the security threats facing Israel and the U.S. with Michael Knights of the Washington Institute, co-founder of the Militia Spotlight platform. George Santos survives an expulsion vote in the House, and Republican senators boil over as Senator Tommy Tuberville continues his blockade against military promotions, though one just got through. We'll have analysis from our signature panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, straight ahead. Let's start, as always, on Wall Street. An update on trading now from Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. We're off session highs, but still a 400-point gain right now for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up 1.2%. S&P up 63, up 1.5%. NASDAQ up 178, up by 1.4%. Do want to bring a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Switzerland and banks are said to be discussing new rules to stop bank runs, that according to Reuters. So stocks are advancing. We've got the 10-year right now, 4.69%. S&P, as I mentioned, higher by 1.5%. 2-year, 4.99%. Spot gold unchanged on the day now at $19.82 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $82.07 a barrel on WTI. Well, certainly jobs and the economy will be major factors in the presidential election, and Wall Street is looking ahead to tomorrow morning's employment report. Economists project the U.S. to have added some 180,000 positions in October, which would still be above the pre-pandemic trend in job growth. Krishna Mamani is Chief Investment Officer at Lafayette College. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Given what is going on in the rest of the economy, I think expecting payrolls to correct in a big way, or for us to even get anywhere close to a recession at this point, I think the likelihood of that is basically zero. We had a 5% quarter. And when you have a 5% quarter, things may slow down, but the momentum is enough for you to carry through at least for another quarter or two.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, front and center after the close of trading today. Will be all over that number as it hits the Bloomberg special coverage right here on Bloomberg Radio. Apple shares right now, they are advancing by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, Charlie. Thank you. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Little Friday with a lot yet to happen today, as we do expect a vote on Israel funding, standalone funding in the House of Representatives a bit later on today. Should happen, 3-4 hours from now, based on what we're hearing. And the new Speaker of the House held his first news conference as Speaker today. Says it's time to get this done. Here's Speaker Mike Johnson.
Israel doesn't need a ceasefire. It needs its allies to cease with the politics and deliver support now. And that's what we're doing. House Republicans plan to do that. We're going to do it in short order, and it provides Israel the aid it needs to defend itself, free its hostages, and eradicate Hamas, which is a mission that must be accomplished.
But of course, it's a far cry from what Joe Biden asked for, that $106 billion supplemental that also includes money for Ukraine. You don't need me to go through this whole thing now. If you watch this program, you could probably tell me at this point. And we also have this scoring problem. Remember, the CBO yesterday said that this attempt to use IRS money as an offset would actually increase the deficit significantly. And so Chuck Schumer takes to the Senate floor today to say we won't even take up this bill. It's already dead on arrival, remembering the president already threatened to veto it.
The Senate will not be considering this deeply flawed proposal from the House GOP. And instead, we will work together on our own bipartisan emergency aid package that includes aid to Israel, Ukraine, competition with the Chinese government, and humanitarian aid for Gaza, so much needed. Let me say that again. The Senate will not take up the House's GOP's deeply flawed proposal.
Then what are we doing here? Let's ask Jonathan Tamari from Bloomberg Government, who toils every day on Capitol Hill and has been all over this, writing for it, about it, I should say, for the Terminal and for Bloomberg.com. It's good to see you, Jonathan. We're going to do this, I understand, around 4:30 in the afternoon. Whether it passes or not, I guess, doesn't matter because it's going nowhere. Is that right?
That seems to be the indication. But look, it takes both sides of Capitol Hill to come up with something. You know, the House is going to most likely pass this. The Senate's going to say it's not going anywhere. The Senate will pass their own version that probably ties together Israel aid, Ukraine aid, and a few other priorities. And the House may very well say, well, we're not taking that piece up. This is the negotiation. This is these are the same factors that Kevin McCarthy confronted before he was ousted and then Speaker Johnson replaced him. Ultimately, it often ends up being that the House has to swallow what the Senate can pass because the Senate acts in a bipartisan way and the president is a Democrat and aligned with the Senate more. But this is kind of really his first legislative test that we're seeing him take on as the new speaker.
True enough. And to your point, Tom Cole, Republican congressman, says don't send that Senate bill over here. Here he is earlier today.
What they're proposing on their side is not going to pass over here. And so let's sit down and work together. We have a common objective. We all want to support Israel. Let's do that.
I'm not sure the common objective matters at this point, Jonathan. How do we see this ending? Is there a path at some point for a standalone bill or a conference that puts some of these other items, including Ukraine, into one piece of legislation?
There'll certainly be some path. I think on both of these items, exactly what that looks like is unclear. But look, sending aid to Israel is probably one of the most popular things that Congress can do right now. One of the things that would have the most bipartisan support, whether that's tied in with other priorities or if it's standalone by itself. It's something virtually every member of Congress wants to do. Ukraine is a little more controversial, but there's still support in both parties for supporting Ukraine. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been a big proponent of it. So I think in the end, given the number of people who want to see this happen, I think they do both pass at some point, but it could be a rocky road to get there. And it is certainly going to test how Johnson negotiates with the Senate, negotiates with Chuck Schumer, and how he manages his own conference where Ukraine aid is less popular than it is among Senate Republicans.
Well, as you write on the Terminal, Jonathan, a great story, Mike Johnson quickly facing the same forces that slammed McCarthy. We think about how he could be jammed by the Senate. We also think about a government shutdown potentially. What are we, 16 days away at this point? The new speaker's talking about a ladder CR. Democrats say they don't even know what that is. Is a shutdown more likely today as this conversation continues?
You know, I think a shutdown is maybe a little less likely overall than we feared back in September, when I think most people thought there would be a shutdown and then it ended up being averted. I think Johnson has a little more credibility with his right wing to make a deal with the Senate. Kevin McCarthy, remember, was never trusted by the right wing. So anytime he came back with a compromise, they were outraged. Johnson starts with some trust. So they might give him a little more leeway to make a short-term deal. They know they wasted 3 weeks just without a speaker, not even being able to advance any kind of spending bills. And I think he wants to avoid a shutdown. He doesn't want a shutdown to be, the first major result that he's responsible for as the House Speaker. So I think ultimately they find a way to kick this into next year. But there will be some long, tough negotiations and certainly some brinksmanship over the next 2 weeks.
Great reporting, Jonathan. Find him on the Terminal, as I mentioned, and Bloomberg.com, covering this every day on the Hill. For Bloomberg Government, Jonathan Tamari, we thank you. As we turn to the situation in Israel, and we're going to talk about all of this coming up with our panel, Rick and Jeannie. The headline on the Terminal, troops encircle Gaza City as death toll climbs. Great questions about what this next phase is going to look like in the coming days. that we want to talk about with Michael Knights of the Washington Institute, the Jill and Jay Bernstein Fellow, who specializes in the military and security affairs and has spent a career becoming an expert in Iran's proxies around the globe. Michael, it's good to see you, and thank you for your time today. As this ground operation, which we'll call it now instead of an invasion, I think continues, you see troops circling Gaza City. What is it exactly that they are preparing for, and what's going to happen in the next couple days?
The first thing they're doing is what we call isolating the battlefield. And that means the Israelis already control the offshore environment, the coastline. Now they're also driving a corridor south of Gaza City so that Gaza City cannot be reinforced by Hamas forces in the south of the Gaza Strip. They'll let civilians out, but they won't let military reinforcements in for Hamas. And then in the other parts of the northern Gaza Strip, where Gaza City is, they're also creating lodgements there that we call tactical assembly areas, which means a cleared area which has been fortified, where you can forward base your troops. And then when they make sorties into Gaza City and come back at night, they have a secure base from which to operate.
Hezbollah says that it's attacking Israeli barracks near the Lebanese border, and we keep seeing these headlines about skirmishes to the north. Michael, are you more concerned about Hamas or Hezbollah when you consider the idea of escalation?
I'm actually more concerned about the Houthis in Yemen, who are starting to throw ballistic missiles and cruise missiles at Israel, and about the prospect of the front on the Israeli-Syrian border called the Golan kicking off. Also, there's that part of occupied West Bank in Israel where many of the Palestinians there, non-Hamas Palestinians, might start to really serious rioting. So in some ways, I'm less concerned about the Hezbollah right next door or the Iranians getting involved, because both of those groups have got a lot to lose if they were in a knockdown, drag-out war with Israel. Whereas they're very willing to fight to the last Syrian, the last Iraqi, the last Yemeni, or indeed the last Palestinian, to weaken Israel and damage the reputation of Israel in the U.S.
Well, I'll tell you, the Houthis, as you mentioned, have declared war for whatever that is worth or what it means against Israel. And we have seen repeated strikes from Israel and the U.S., in fact, in Syria. What is it that we should be looking for? As you mentioned the Golan Heights and the skirmishes we're seeing in Syria, what could that turn into?
What we're really looking at amongst all of the Iran-backed factions is a way of looking like they're supporting Hamas and not letting Hamas down. But reality is they're doing what you would call casualty limiting attacks on the United States. In other words, quite carefully calibrated attacks that are not intended to actually kill Americans or draw heavy retaliation. They're staying away from places like Embassy Baghdad in Iraq by mutual agreement between Iran and the United States. So, at the present time, it looks crazy, but it's actually a bit more controlled than people think. Even Lebanese Hezbollah, in its fighting with the Israelis on the border, has quite well-established rules, and they've been doing this a long time. So, yes, rockets and missiles are flying back and forth, but almost all the players seem to be focused on limiting the intensity and the geographic broadening of this conflict, whilst not being seen to let down their partners, for instance, Hamas.
You've been tracking anti-U.S. strikes in Iraq and Syria for the past couple of weeks. It's important research that you're doing as part of the Militia Spotlight that I'll point people to at your website, WashingtonInstitute.org. What's the trajectory here? Have you seen an increase, or has it been kind of a steady drip so far of attacks in Syria and Iraq?
Well, it's been very steady. For the first time since 2021, we've seen, a surge of of attacks against U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. Key trend is that most of the action is moving to Syria at the moment, because Syria is a sort of failed state environment where we don't recognize the sovereignty of the Syrian government. So we can all fight freely there. The Iranian-backed groups can fight freely there. They don't have to worry about the Assad regime, and we can fight freely there because we don't have to worry about getting kicked out of the country as we would in Iraq if we started dropping bombs there. So, Syria is really where a lot of it is headed. What's really interesting is that last night, for the first time, we didn't get any new attacks on US forces in Iraq or Syria. And after, over a week and a half of attacks every day, multiple attacks, 4 or 5, to get none feels a little bit like when the tide recedes right ahead of a tsunami. It almost feels like someone's taking breath, and might be a bit of a rocky weekend ahead.
Well, that's a scary thought, like someone who's taking a breath. So put this together for us, Michael Knights. Do all these attacks, all the proxy groups that we have mentioned, suggest a de facto declaration of war by Iran? Are we missing the ball on this?
Well, it's a de facto declaration of proxy war, and what that really means is this. The Iranians have already gained a lot of what they want from this conflict. Saudi, Israel, US normalization might be wrecked for a while. The Arab world's extremely angry at America and Israel. And a heavy blow was landed on Israel, the military defeat on October the 7th. At the moment, Hamas can probably disappear from the face of the earth, and Iran will still chalk this one up as a win. So they don't need to put their own homeland security in Iran or Hezbollah's survival on the line for this one. They just need to keep this news story going using all these lower level tactics.
Do we need to put our security on the line here in the U.S.?
I think the movement of the US carrier battle groups and the very heavy buildup in the Middle East has shown the Iranians and Hezbollah that they can't launch a new blow against Israel. And it probably has effectively kept them out of the war. They would have been tempted to come in heavier if they had not seen us come in so heavy. So I think what we've done has been quite effective from deterring the big war. We can't deter the small war quite as effectively. These kind of low casualty or no casualty strikes on the US that mainly signal defiance.
Michael, I'm glad you could join us. Appreciate your sharing your expertise with us. Michael Knights, the Washington Institute, where he works as a fellow, bringing expertise here on Iranian proxies and exactly what is happening now on the ground in Gaza. We're going to bring this to the panel next as the House of Representatives prepares to vote on Israel funding in a maneuver that appears to be dead on arrival already in the Senate. The president says he'll veto it. So what is the plan to help? I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Rick and Jeannie are on the way in next on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing, trading right now at the best level of the day. To begin with a developing story, the New York Times is reporting that the FBI has raided the home of Mayor Eric Adams' fundraising chief. According to the Times, agents from the FBI searched the Brooklyn home of chief fundraiser Brianna Suggs, a campaign consultant who is deeply entwined with efforts to advance the mayor's agenda. Again, this according to the New York Times, citing sources. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all rallying. Wall Street keeps pushing the stock market higher. A day after the Fed hinted it may be done with rate hikes, traders now eagerly awaiting tomorrow morning's jobs report. The S&P 500 index is up 69 points. That is a gain right now of 1.6%. The Dow is up 450 points, higher by 1.4%. Again, best level of the day on the Dow, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 202 points, up now by 1.5%. 10-year yield, 4.68%, with a 2-year, 4.98%. Spot gold up $1.35 the ounce. Little change, $19.83 the ounce, up by 0.1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 2.5%, $82.49 a barrel on WTI. So again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P 500 index at 4307, up 1.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Big day for the new Speaker of the House. He's had the job for, well, all of 1 week, and he's bringing this bill to the floor knowing that it's likely not going anywhere if it passes the House. This is Israel. We're talking about Speaker Johnson holding his first news conference today, and he held forth, flanked by Republican leadership up there in the gallery, and let everyone know his plan for today. Then Democrats take their turn. That's the way this works. Everyone clears out. The minority party comes in. Pete Aguilar not having any of it.
We're learning a lot about this new speaker this week with these first legislative decisions, and this has been a complete and total disaster. We look forward to working in a bipartisan way to send aid to our allies abroad. But this bill today is not that vehicle.
A complete and total disaster as we assemble our panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Glad to say, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Great to have you both here. Jeannie, I spent a little bit of time with Nancy Pelosi earlier today. She held a briefing for a group of reporters in downtown Washington. And I asked her if it was possible for an election denier to succeed as Speaker of the House. She took a second, and she said, Republicans wanted Donald Trump to be their Speaker, remember? Well, they got him. Is she right?
Yeah. Nobody is the original Donald Trump, and many people have tried, but she's right to the effect that they do have a speaker now who took steps to, decertify the election, and most prominently in trying to support Ken Paxton, the Attorney General from Texas, with this very bizarre effort to overturn the results from 4 other states. I mean, it's one of the most confounding things. Republicans used to be all about states' rights, and there they go trying to overturn the elections from other states. So this is part of who we have as a speaker. Many of us were not familiar with Mike Johnson before this. Pelosi certainly was. And now we are learning a lot more, and he is there. But, she is right to the extent that this is what the Republicans could finally agree on. This is who, rather, they could finally agree on. Somebody who is conservative. And he is an election denier in 2020. And he's also somebody who has taken steps like, defund the IRS and all of these efforts, defund in terms of the IRS agents. So, this is who he is, and they got what they paid for, and he's in the same situation that Kevin McCarthy was. None of those things have changed.
So what do you make of this exercise today, Rick? Chuck Schumer says Senate won't take up the House bill. Joe Biden says he'll veto it. Is this just a matter of the speaker getting something on the board, getting a win on the board, then we go on and have a more serious conversation about working in bicameral fashion here?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think this is anything that's unusual at all between the House and the Senate. That's why they have this conference process, where conferees from the House and the Senate hammer out differences in the legislation. The Senate sent a incredibly bipartisan, I think 85 votes for their bill that they passed last night on some of the appropriations material. And that does send a signal to the House that you've got this big bipartisan margin in the Senate. So you at least know that anything you come up with that's got Senate support is going to pass widely. Speaker Johnson reassured the Senate yesterday when he met with them that he was going to give it an open vote on Ukraine. And we know that if the House is able to vote on Ukraine, that without just Republican votes, then, it's likely to have 300 vote margin in the House. So the reality is, I think we're a lot closer to getting something done. And, like Jeannie's quick to throw Johnson under the bus. That's the new thing for Democrats to do, and makes sense politically to do it. But for 3 weeks, all we heard was just pick anybody, and it'll be great. And now we got anybody, and he's not good enough. The reality is that, nobody saw this one coming, but he's making progress. And I think you just kind of ignore the noise. I mean, the IRS deal is just noise.
Just noise. And so let's talk about maybe what else could be there as an offset. Tom Cole talked about this, Rick. This is, of course, well, I guess an elder statesman in this House of Representatives. He likes the idea of offsets. I know that this is controversial for emergency spending. And he's suggesting if you don't like this IRS thing, well, maybe there's something else out there. Here's Tom Cole from earlier.
We would prefer, obviously, that we have an offset, and we proposed one. There's a variety of potential products, but it makes sense. We have lots of unspent money. Why not use that and direct it to Israel support?
Lots of unspent money, Jeannie. He's suggesting there are options here. Should Democrats be having this conversation? What would you like to see?
Absolutely. They should have a conversation about responsible offsets. That's absolutely what should be happening. And it has been a long-term problem in both sides, on both sides of the aisle, and in both the House and the Senate. I do have to say to my dear friend Rick Davis, I was not one of the people saying select anyone by any means, nor did I throw Mike Johnson under the bus. Reiterating what somebody has stood for in their professional career is not that. He was an election denier. He still is. And he wants to put, as a responsible speaker, he wants to do offsets with the IRS, which everybody agrees is not going to offset anything but add to the deficit. So I don't think I'm throwing anybody under the bus. Far from it. I think he should be very, very clear. If he is really intending to be fiscally responsible, then he should do that. Yeah. And I absolutely agree. Democrats should be having that conversation. And no, I never said just choose anyone and anything would be great. Far from it.
All right, this is not going to help everyone get along here because I've got to talk about impeachment. Mike Johnson, of course, was asked about this. Surely in his first news conference he would be. Knowing that this impeachment inquiry could turn into a real full-blown impeachment trial. We don't know about that. But last evening, I don't know if you guys saw this, Speaker Johnson hosted Sean Hannity, who's apparently the mascot of the House. And they had like the entire conference on Fox. At one point, Hannity asked all of them how many see this impeachment proceeding moving forward and would support that. Almost every hand went up, if not every hand. And Johnson spoke to that today with reporters. Here he is.
What you're seeing right now is a deliberate constitutional process that was envisioned by the founders, the framers of the Constitution. This is how they envisioned this to go, not the way the Democrats did it: snap impeachments, sham impeachments, and all the rest. So I know that people are anxious about it, but I will say, Chairman Comer, Chairman Jordan in Judiciary, Chairman Smith in Ways and Means, they've done an extraordinary job, very methodically, and I would say outside the scope of politics.
That's not exactly what we heard after the one hearing that was held by the Oversight Committee. Rick, do you think that this impeachment inquiry actually turns into an impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, it has the potential to do that. I mean, just to correct the speaker, maybe he wasn't in the chamber at the time, but it was a snap impeachment decision by then Speaker McCarthy, who said he would never do it. and it would open it up to the floor for a vote, and he didn't do that. So there is a bit of a history here that needs to be pointed out. Not much different than, frankly, what Nancy Pelosi did. So, that's a little bit of baggage to carry into this process. No question that it was all put on the back burner, when Jim Jordan launched his career to be Speaker of the House. And maybe if he'd have become Speaker, it would have all gone away, because I'm not sure who the chairman of the Judiciary Committee would have been then. But look, they've got an enormous amount of work to be done. And I think Speaker Johnson is, owing to the political realities of his caucus, is sown by the, everybody raising their hand with Hannity asking the question. The reality is they just don't have time to do it between now and the end of the year, unless they decide that they're just going to bail on everything else they're doing. And frankly, they don't have that option either. So I would be amazed if they're able to get anything done before the end of this session.
I wish I had more time on this, Jeannie, but what does a Speaker Johnson mean for an impeachment against Joe Biden?
I don't think it makes that much of a difference. I do think they could potentially have the votes to impeach. I think the sad reality is impeachment, which was seldom used, as we know, throughout American history on both sides of the aisle, has now become a tool, and they are using it to attack each other. And that is shameful. And it's not the way it should be. I oppose the first impeachment of Trump. And unless they have evidence against Joe Biden, if they do, I would support it, but they got to bring it forward. But vote-wise, they might have the votes to do this. And I think Republicans would rue the day, because it's not going to go very far in the Senate, but waste an awful lot of time.
We turn our attention to the coach coming up next. It was a late night and probably not a very fun one for Tommy Tuberville. It was less fun for his Republican colleagues on the Senate floor. They've had it. We'll talk about it next after we update world and national news. Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Joe, just as you were mentioning, Tommy Tuberville, the U.S. Senate has managed to circumvent the roadblock posed by the Alabama Republican. They're moving to confirm the nominations of several top military officers today. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman with the latest.
Israel doesn't need a ceasefire.
Last night, senior Republicans pleaded in vain with Tuberville. Democrat Mark Kelly added to the frustration today.
The new leaders of the Air Force and the Navy won't have their number two, so they will have to do two of the highest-ranking jobs at the same time.
The Senate proceeded to the nomination of Admiral Lisa Franchetti as Chief of Naval Operations. Armed Forces Committee Chairman Jack Reed.
Admiral Franchetti has been a trailblazer who gets the job done.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer wants to change the rule that permits a one-senator roadblock, but he needs 9 Republicans to reach the required 60 votes. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
It's been another day on the witness stand for Donald Trump Jr. in the New York civil case accusing the Trump Organization of fraud. During testimony today, Don Jr. said he played a minor role in the company's finances. His brother Eric is now testifying and echoed his brother in saying he didn't know anything about the valuation of assets. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. S&P 500 index up 1.7%, on track for its best session since May. Apple higher ahead of results after the close of trading. Apple shares up now by just about 1.9%. So Wall Street keeps pushing the stock market higher a day after the Fed hinted it may be done with rate hikes. S&P right now up 72 points. That is a gain of 1.7%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 473 points, again best level there, up 1.4%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 209 points. That is a gain of 1.6%. 10-year yield 4.67%, with a 2-year yielding 4.98%. Spot gold little changed, up 0.1%, $19.85 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.6%, $82.55 a barrel on WTI. Cracks may be emerging in America's labor market based on weekly government data. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
New claims for unemployment aid rose to the highest since early September. Moreover, the number of workers already receiving jobless payments rose for a 6th week, a sign it may be getting harder to find a job. On Friday, the government issues its monthly employment report for October, and economists are forecasting slower payroll growth. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Ride-hailing companies Uber and Lyft have agreed to pay New York drivers a total of $328 million in back pay and carry out a series of labor reforms to resolve state investigations into their employment practices. Shares of both companies are surging. Right now, we've got Uber up by 6.5%, rival Lyft up by 8.5%. Recapping, 10-year yield 4.67%, with the S&P now at 4309, up 72 points, a gain of 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
With breaking news from the Senate today, 95-1 the vote to confirm Admiral Lisa Franchetti to be the next Chief of Naval Operations, the first woman to be a U.S. military service chief. It actually happened today amid a temporary break from the Tommy Tuberville blockade. And this is what had Republicans in a lather last night on the Senate floor. Imagine, this went on for 5 hours. They decided at last to dare Tommy Tuberville come to the floor one by one. It just didn't work out that way. Listen to Maggie Hassan presiding over the Senate with an objection from the senator from Alabama, remembering he's blocking these promotions in protest of the Pentagon's abortion travel policy. Let's go to the Senate.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Madam
Dan
President.
Sullivan now from
Senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam President. And just for people who are watching, that last nominee, Fifth Fleet Commander. So you may have heard there's 2 carrier strike groups in the Middle East. That's the naval officer who would be in charge of all of them. Right there. We could have put him in charge. Pretty important to have Fifth Fleet Commander ready to go. And just objected to. I'm not sure why. Again, we're bringing these up one by one, which is what I thought my colleague from Alabama said he was good to go with.
It's what we did think. Senator Joni Ernst, same, looking right at Tommy Tuberville.
It is really unfortunate that tonight these men and women have been denied their promotions. We have done the best that we can to honor the request of a fellow senator that these nominations be brought to the floor and voted on individually. And I really respect men of their word. I do not respect men who do not honor their word.
Wow. So we assembled the panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Rick, Lindsey Graham says, I've been trying to work with his speaking directly to Tommy Tuberville, sitting in the chamber. Been trying to work with you for months on this, but you're actually impacting readiness. And some of these promotions that are stalled will actually lead service members to leave the military because at a certain point, if they're not served, that'll be the option. Was this a breakthrough last night? We actually saw someone confirm today. What happens next?
Well, I think that Comrade Tuberville, China's favorite senator, is finally starting to, quote, feel the heat. He said last week that he's going to continue to block these nominations because he doesn't feel the heat. And I think that was a good message to the Senate, saying, unless you turn up the gas, the temperature in the Senate's not going to be enough to get me to cave. He did go back on his word. He has been telling people, as part of his sort of spin, that if you want to take them up one by one, I'm happy to do it. And they did that, and he didn't do it. I would remind him, too, that these are all people that you mentioned, Sullivan, Joni Ernst, Lindsey Graham, who throughout their career in the Senate have also served in the reserve forces of our military, people who have actually given time out of their Senate career to support the military. And they would have better understanding of the need and readiness of the military of these confirmations than anybody else standing in the well of the Senate that night. And they vociferously argued against Comrade Tuberville. So didn't seem to be any break. If it was going to cave, Comrade Tuberville would have caved last night. But I think that Republicans in the Senate are going to have to find other means to do this. And the practicality of doing it by one, like they did with the new chief of naval operations last night, just isn't practical at a time when we have to pass important legislation to support our allies around the world and fund our government.
Well, one snuck through, Jeannie. Democrats want to bring them in one big block to the floor. Is that the way this ends? Because they need Republican help to do that.
They do. And when we got this proposal out by Reid and Sinema, and it makes sense that they would essentially be able to vote them en bloc. I mean, to Rick's point, it is just not feasible that now, at I believe over 300 of these promotions that have been just languishing now for 9 months, that you could go through this one at a time. I mean, it is a good sign that this vote happened today and they were able to get one person through. But you imagine repeating that. And if you try to go the way they did last night, Tuberville is going to stand up and he is going to object. I think one of the most stunning things he said last night was this, fiasco that he's created has not impacted military readiness. And the reality from everybody in the military is quite the contrary. And, you look at one of the things that seemed to spark the Republican group from Collins to Joni Ernst and Mitt Romney and Todd Young and all the others to join and really do something you see more in the House than you do in the Senate, which is to this sort of intra-party, Republican on Republican attack, was because of what happened to this Marine commandant who, because the promotions have been stalled, was working 2 jobs and suffered a heart attack. And, this is just happened recently. It's been widely discussed, and it's widely used as an example of this is one case of many of what this holding up of these promotions are doing. And of course, the reality is, and I think it was Lindsey Graham who said this, but the argument they were making yesterday was, you are holding up the careers and lives of people who had nothing to do with this policy. All the people standing there last night are opposed to abortion, but this is not the way to do it. And you're doing it at a time when we have chaos around the world. We have troops now spread out all over the world. They are needed, and you can't continue without people receiving their proper promotion. So it's well beyond time that Coach Tuberville is stopped in this one-man crusade.
Boy, yeah, Jeannie referring to General Eric Smith and apparent cardiac arrest on Sunday. Does that light a fire here, Rick? We're out of time, but does this create a new sense of urgency?
For sure. I think all of these things are bringing to bear a emergency that exists within the Department of Defense that needs to be alleviated.
Everyone's got a plan until something like this happens. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano back with some final thoughts as the gentleman from New York survives an expulsion vote. Yeah, George Santos speaking in his own defense next. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Apple reports today after the close of trading, China will be looming large over Apple's report. Risks related to the country have mounted for the heavily exposed iPhone maker since Apple last reported, along with tepid growth trends, a high multiple, and a rise in interest rates. Apple shares ahead of its report, up now by just about 2%. Ford's tentative contract with UAW workers received its first vote with approval of 82% of workers at a Michigan factory registering their support. JetBlue Airways started flying to the Netherlands a few weeks ago. Now it has been denied the right to serve Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport next summer. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti.
Charlie, word comes as the Dutch government's capacity restrictions at the European hub limit available slots for all airlines. Officials say airlines with historical rights to allocations at the airport will have to reduce their slots by 3.1%, as the first stage of capacity cuts will kick in next year. JetBlue, which only started serving Amsterdam as its third transatlantic destination in August, previously said it would ask U.S. authorities to bar KLM from New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport by way of retaliation. The Dutch government ultimately plans to cut annual flights at the state-owned airport by about 10% to reduce noise pollution. Charlie?
And that's Gina Cervetti reporting. We do have shares of JetBlue flying higher now, up by 5.3%. And those are some of the top company stories at this hour. And this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We're live from Washington, where we'll add Kaylee Lyons to the conversation coming up in just 5 minutes. Before some final thoughts from our panel, let's get up to date on world and national news. Nancy Lyons has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Foreigners and Palestinians with dual nationalities have been departing Gaza through the Rafah border crossing for a second day. Among those in today's crowd was Palestinian-American Susan Sizo, who has been in Gaza since Ramadan. She made it out on her 5th try.
I was supposed to leave on Sunday, and it was the second day of war, and I couldn't just leave my family behind and say, bye-bye, I'll see you on the other side.
Sizo says she's mixed feelings leaving Gaza, since she'll be leaving so many friends behind. Well, the House is expected to vote today on a Republican bill to provide aid to Israel by cutting IRS funding. Speaker Mike Johnson is defending that proposal.
If Democrats in the Senate or the House or anywhere else want to argue that hiring more IRS agents is more important than standing with Israel in this moment, I'm ready to have that debate. But I did not attach that for political purposes, okay? I attached it because, again, we're trying to get back to the principle of fiscal responsibility here.
Johnson's bill is not expected to succeed beyond the House. The Senate plans to take up its own broader emergency funding bill before considering the House version. President Biden has threatened to veto any plan to cut IRS spending in order to pay for Israeli aid. Several mayors are in Washington today seeking action on the migrant crisis. They include the mayors of Chicago, Los Angeles, Houston, and Denver. They're holding sit-downs with Biden administration officials as well as members of the House and Senate. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump have been on the witness stand today in the New York civil fraud trial, probing the family's business practices. Both are downplaying the roles they played in the company's financial reporting. The former president is expected to take the stand next week. And jury deliberations are all that's left in the trial of FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried. He faces more than 100 years in prison if convicted on all counts. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
All right, Nancy, thank you. A good night, as it turned out, for George Santos. We didn't know this until it actually happened. A vote to expel the congressman from New York ended in his favor.
On this vote, the yeas are 179, the nays are 213, with 19 recorded as present. 2/3 not voting in the affirmative. The resolution is not adopted, and a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
All right, so the gentleman from New York lives to see another day, knowing there's a sweeping ethics committee investigation looking into him, not to mention criminal charges, but he did take to the floor in his own defense.
I'm fighting tooth and nail to clear my name in front of the entire world, Mr. Speaker. It hasn't been easy, but I'm fighting by God's grace.
Tooth and nail Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, final thoughts here. Jeannie, I've got to start with you here. Why did Democrats come to his rescue? Why are Democrats voting to save George Santos?
You know, I am one of those people who would not have voted yay on this, I have to tell you. I do think it is a bad precedent to start to remove people before you have the findings of the ethics committee, but more importantly, unless they have been not just accused, but found guilty. I feel for the people of his district. It is a horrible situation. They are not being represented. He has been stripped of his committees. They have every right to be angry, which is why the Republicans in New York are so vehemently trying to get rid of him. But I would have voted either present or not supported this myself.
Rick, is this about due process, or do Democrats just want to see Republicans suffer through this the next year?
Well, I think it's due process. I think Jeannie's right that, they're all worried about what kind of precedents this sets. But, I kind of like the precedent in the sense that the more chaos that exists inside the House of Representatives, the less damage they can do to the country and the world as a whole. So let them go after each other. Fight Club.
Fight Club. We might already be there. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, we do thank you as always. Our signature panel with valuable insights every day here on the fastest show in politics. Kaylee Lines is up next with Hour 2 and a conversation with Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Only here, Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top name.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover them.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Republicans in the House prepare to vote on Israel funding, but the Senate says it's a non-starter. The president says he'll veto it. So what happens next? Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On as we approach votes on the House floor today. We'll bring you up to date from Capitol Hill. We'll be joined by Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida for her view on what's about to happen. Insights from Bloomberg Politics reporter Mike Dorning. He'll be along this hour. And we'll talk to Bloomberg National Security reporter Dan Flatley ahead of Apple's quarterly earnings report. He's going to tell us what to look for, at least from his perch, with China risks looming large. So let's get started. After a look at Wall Street, as always, we update trading now with Charlie Pellet in New York.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Apple shares zero advancing right now, 1.8%. Going to be the big event after the close of trading, and of course, more coming up right here on Sound On. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Best level of the day right now on the S&P, up 74 points. That is a gain of 1.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 504 points. The day after the Fed up 1.5%. NASDAQ higher by 215 points, up now by just about 1.7%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.67%. The 2-year right now at 4.97%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, joined now by Kaylee Lines. Just hours away from a vote on the House floor on Israel funding. We're going to talk about this right now. Kaylee, welcome back to the conversation. With the gentlewoman from Florida, we go to Capitol Hill now to have a conversation with Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. It's great to see you, Congresswoman, as we get the view from Democrats here and your new Speaker of the House and what's about to happen. I know this is not what you were looking for. Chuck Schumer says it's not going to fly in the Senate. Joe Biden says he's going to veto it. Will you vote for standalone Israel funding today?
You know, I am gravely concerned that Speaker Johnson has decided for the first time ever, even though I'm sure that he's sat across his desk from pro-Israel supporters in his community and committed to them that he would never vote to condition aid to Israel, and yet that's exactly what he's putting on the floor today. It's unprecedented and dangerous. He is actually putting a, quote, pay for on the bill that doesn't actually pay for anything. It blows up the deficit and jeopardizes Israel and the future of Israel's security.
But be that as it may, Congresswoman, it still would provide funding for Israel at what is a moment of need. So is that a no? You wouldn't vote for this?
I believe it's essential that we put on the floor the president's entire emergency supplemental security package, which ensures that we fully fund Israel's needs in the worst crisis that any Jews have faced since the Holocaust, that we make sure that we're standing strongly in support of Ukraine and not allowing either terrorists like Hamas or tyrants like Putin to win. And certainly to make sure that we keep China at bay by providing security to Taiwan. And then, you know, we've got to also think about the disasters that have occurred across the country, whether it's hurricanes in Florida or wildfires in Hawaii and California. So we have a lot more to do, and it's short-sighted to just put this bill on the floor with a deficit-busting provision that is jeopardizing Israel's security. So I support strongly making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself, and I'm sure I'm going to have an opportunity to vote for that at some point.
So it sounds like a no on this one today. You might have heard earlier from Tom Cole. He says the Senate bill, the one that you're describing, and we've talked a lot about it here on the program with regard to Ukraine, Taiwan, and border security, Congresswoman. He says that bill won't pass the House. So what's the pathway here to get all this done?
That bill will pass the House if it comes to the floor of the House. The only way it doesn't pass the House, because there is a majority of the House of Representatives that supports funding for Ukraine, is if Speaker Johnson makes a decision to put a bill that has the entire package from the president, fights Putin and Hamas, and keeps China at bay, and takes care of the natural disasters that dozens of our communities across the country desperately need relief from, puts it on the floor and allows a majority of the House of Representatives to say that they support it. Then it'll go to President Biden's desk and he'll sign it into law. That's how we can do that. That's how the democratic process works.
And we are just hearing from the White House National Security spokesperson, Admiral Kirby, again reiterating that Biden would veto a bill that only funds Israel. It just becomes a question, though, Congresswoman, of expediency. There has been a lot of hiccups in the House in recent weeks, partially because there was no speaker. There is now, and he clearly wants to do this in a single bill. So is there a point at which it just becomes too urgent to get this funding to Israel, as that is a live, hot conflict ongoing right now where things would change for you?
This is very simple. Even if Speaker Johnson wanted to do it as a single bill, why is he conditioning aid? Why is he adding IRS cuts? I mean, that's like having a restaurant.
Okay, so Congresswoman, if I could just clarify,
that's not
your
clean.
issue primarily is the pay for, not taking these as single subjects. If it was a single subject funding for Israel bill.
I don't think it should be a single subject. I think the whole package should come, but it certainly makes it deeply problematic to put it on the floor when he has a pay for that blows up the deficit, that sets a dangerous precedent, and that is grossly irresponsible.
Congressman Pete Aguilar said earlier today,
Congresswoman. Just put it on the floor.
Sure. Pete Aguilar said that the new speaker is a total disaster. Are Democrats going to give him a chance, or is this already not working, Congresswoman, based on what you're hearing from Mike Johnson?
I mean, he certainly hasn't started out with a responsible step foot forward. We could have had a 400-plus member vote in support of aid to Israel in her hour of need, and instead he's playing political games and using Israel as a political wedge. Not a very good telegraph of things to come. We'll see what happens, but we've got a looming government shutdown. Let's hope that we can come together and ensure that we don't plunge our economy into disaster by doing something like that.
So, Congresswoman, aside from the question of providing funding for Israel, there also are just questions surrounding the conflict Israel is currently engaged in. There is reporting today that Secretary of State Antony Blinken, when he makes a trip there tomorrow, is going to be pushing the Israeli government to essentially make a series of pauses in their strikes to allow humanitarian aid in and to allow hostages to get out. Do you think at this point, that is an appropriate strategy? Should Israel be taking any pauses here?
Israel's a sovereign nation, and they need to be able to make sure that they can defend themselves and make their own decisions about how best to do that. The goal here must be to eradicate Hamas. You have only to look at the video that the Hamas spokesperson did with a news interview in which he said the Hamas attacks from 10/7 were the first time, but there will be a second and a third and a 1,000th time, because they will go after Israelis and try to eradicate Israel and kill Jews until we're all dead and until Israel is gone. So this is not something that we just, shrug our shoulders and it's one and done. They are telling us what they're going to do, and Israel has to be able to eradicate Hamas. And certainly we need to make sure we protect innocent Palestinian lives. We need to free Gaza from Hamas, and we need to make sure that we can get humanitarian aid in there as long as it's not going to strengthen Hamas instead of weaken it.
There have been some questions about some of the rhetoric that we have heard about the Israelis from some progressive Democrats, including Rashida Tlaib, and I know that the House chose to reject an effort to censure her. I wonder your thoughts on that vote, Congresswoman, where you came down on it, and how concerned you are about what appears to be an alarming level of anti-Semitism growing in this country.
The alarming level of anti-Semitism is something that is causing Jews across this country to clutch our hearts in fear. I have 2 Jewish college students, on a college campus myself. I have a son and a daughter in college, and it is so frightening to see the videos that you have Jewish students attending college who are being surrounded by pro-Palestinian protesters who are shouting from the river to the sea, which essentially means that Israel should be eradicated. The dangerous anti-Semitism that is spread and propagated online through TikTok and the algorithms of the social media companies has to be stopped. And thankfully, we have a president who put forth a national strategy to combat anti-Semitism, but we need all of our colleagues to dial down the rhetoric and not fan the flames to make things worse. We have to come together and really sit down and demonstrate that we're all for peace, that we all want to make sure that we condemn terrorism and that we fight either terrorism and the tyrant in Russia and ensure that we can promote democracy here and around the world. That should be all of our priorities.
Well, Congresswoman, as you do try to prioritize those issues in Congress, there are also a number of maybe distractions, if you will, that your body has been dealing with, including last night, dealing with the expulsion resolution for Republican Congressman George Santos. Do you have any idea why 31 of your colleagues decided against voting for that?
I did speak to a number of my colleagues, and there were some that were concerned about the precedent it would set to vote to expel a member who had not actually been convicted. The majority of us did vote to expel him, but it takes 2/3. And, I can understand the intellectual argument. I voted to expel him. But I voted to expel him because I felt that he was elected on entirely false pretenses. His voters were forced to basically vote for a fabrication, not for who George Santos really is, which is clearly a fraud and a cheat and a criminal. So I had some colleagues on both sides of the aisle that I think felt that expulsion was only warranted, like the 2 other times that it has been done in history when someone is convicted.
Congresswoman, it's good to see you. I know you have to run for votes,
Good to see you
so we'll let you do that now. Debbie Wasserman-Schultz, Democrat from Florida, with us here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons. And so there's a no on this bill today that may not be able to pass the House, never mind go anywhere beyond the House.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's not just a no on this particular bill with the $14.3 billion being taken from the IRS to fund aid for Israel. She also doesn't think this should be passed singularly.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because this is an important distinction that we need to make here. We heard from Jim McGovern earlier, Of course, look, he's not going to agree with much that this new speaker is saying, but he took to the floor to rail against the approach here when it comes to the offsets. Kaylee, you're pointing out that distinction. Here's what the congressman from Massachusetts, ranking member on the Rules Committee, had to say earlier.
It's a joke. And you come to the floor with a straight face to say that somehow we are paying for this package. I mean, really? I mean, I don't know, how can you say that with a straight face? I mean, it makes sense because, they don't like the results of the election and they try to overturn it. They don't like the math from CBO, by the way, and they pretend it doesn't exist. Republicans say they are friends of Israel. If I was Israel, I would unfriend them.
As only Jim McGovern could say. But you just brought it another step further. It's not just the offsets. Tom Cole says we'll find different offsets if that's what you want. Members like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and I would argue the president, maybe senators like Chuck Schumer, say this has got to go all in, everything in one package or not at all.
Right. The idea being, or at least the argument being, that these are issues that go hand in hand. Israel, Ukraine, that ultimately you're fighting for democracies and that there's parallels that can be drawn between the different conflicts we're seeing around the world. But of course, there's also the question of not just funding for these nations that are in conflict, but potentially border security, maybe something that could be a bit of a sweetener to Republicans, theoretically, if included in one kind
so if
of
you
mega
strip
package.
them all apart, you can't sweeten anything. Is that
I guess
where you're going?
Right?
That's kind of how this game works. Here's a part of this game I'm not sure I understand. This is where you come in because you're smarter than I am.
No.
This continuing resolution. New speaker says he's on board. Last guy got fired, but I'm on board.
Right.
We're going to keep the government running, likely with cuts. But now it's a ladder CR. And if Pete Aguilar doesn't know what it is, I definitely don't know what it is. Here's what he said earlier, the Democratic view on this.
I don't know what a laddered CR does. They are already advancing appropriations measures that cut EPA and other agencies back to levels from 20 years ago. So I'm not sure what they have planned. I don't think that that's a plan that's very baked from the perspective of the Appropriations Committee. I don't think that it is grounded in much reality. But these are the things that Speaker Johnson has to advocate for to appease the most extreme members of his conference. They are his base. They are who gave him the gavel. And everyone else just goes along with it.
He says it's not baked. Maybe the budget writers are baked. I don't get it. What do you know?
I know nothing about a ladder. Other
A
than that, you're not supposed
CR.
to walk underneath one.
Yeah, right. It sounds like
Essentially, the extent of don't step on the top step. You're not
Fine.
supposed to do
I
that.
know
That's the
that's
extent
right.
of my ladder
all right,
knowledge. But
so that's not happening.
But to the point the congressman was just making, he has to do something to make sure that members of his party are willing to support a continuing resolution. Because to your very point, Joe, the last time we saw a continuing resolution, Speaker McCarthy very quickly found himself out of a job.
So we kind of have to do this a special way, a certain way.
It seems they're lending this new speaker a little bit more grace than McCarthy was dealing with
Absolutely.
About a month ago. But still, that doesn't mean he's going to be able to get away with just clean CR.
Well, and that's just his conference. He's got to get Democrats to vote for this thing.
Well, there's that too.
I mean, presumably, if it's going to work, I suppose he could get every member, but it's got to pass the Senate as well. And we need to get Democrats on board here.
A signature from the president.
That's not feeling terribly likely now, although Rick Davis said earlier he thinks a shutdown is less likely. Jonathan Tamari said he thinks it's less likely. Don't listen to the noise. Just watch what's happening, is what we're told.
Right, even if you don't
16 days left?
fully understand what's happening
Well,
in
it's
regard
not,
to the ladder concept.
Laddered CR. Jacob's ladder. Someone said that earlier.
I need to look up that story.
Not sure about that. No,
Refresh
go
my
watch the original movie, Jacob's Ladder. Going to
I'll add it to
stop
my
down
list.
right now to tell you this on what is just a couple days after Halloween. Make sure you do it. Mike Dorning's going to have some thoughts on this because it's an important day on Capitol Hill. We're hearing 4:30-ish. Is that what you're hearing still for a vote? Might be right around balance of power time when this is all happening. The outcome of this vote, we're going to pick through it, of course, later on, is going to help tell us a lot about what might be coming for the rest of this session.
Absolutely. And then the question is, if the vote does not succeed, where do we go from here? How do you move forward, considering the issue they are dealing with is a live conflict
Yes,
in the Middle East?
Exactly. There's also one in Ukraine.
Well, that too.
That we need to get our arms around. We'll talk about all of it. Coming up with Mike Dorning, a Bloomberg Politics reporter with myself and Kaylee. Hey, we're glad you're with us. If you're not on YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News. We've got the cameras lit here in the studio. We'd love for you to be a part of the fastest show in politics. We'll have a lot more straight ahead here on Bloomberg. On the radio, the satellite, and YouTube. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ holding very close to session highs. This after the Fed decision and ahead of the jobs report tomorrow morning. S&P right now at 43.11, a gain of 73 points, up 1.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average higher now by 496 points, up 1.5%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 219 points for NASDAQ. That is a gain now of 1.7%. 10-year yield 4.67%, with a 2-year 4.97%. Spot gold up $3 the ounce, now up by about 0.2% to $19.85, and West Texas Intermediate crude crude up 2.4%, 82.34 for a barrel of WTI. Palantir Technologies is surging the most in almost 6 months after the company reported the fourth consecutive quarter of profitability and the highest earnings since its founding 20 years ago, citing strong demand for new artificial intelligence offerings. Palantir up now by 20.6%. Word from the New York Times that the CEO of the National Association of Realtors has resigned. The New York Times says the resignation of Bob Goldberg comes days after a $1.8 billion verdict against the Realtors Group and 2 months after the New York Times exposed complaints of sexual harassment in the group. And again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 74, a gain of 1.7%, Apple after the bell. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
If it were a TV series, everyone would think that it was unrealistic what's happening right now in Washington as we spend some time off the air talking about shows. We'll maybe get into that later. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lyons and Mike Dorning. You don't want to leave the good stuff in the green room, but the fact is, if you tried to write this, people would tell you that it was absurd. I mean,
yes.
At a certain point, we gave up on House of Cards because it was so unrealistic, right? This is making that look like...
And then we moved to Veep territory.
Normal. Yes.
And I feel like maybe
comedy.
The series about this era in U.S. American history is going to be written like 5 years from now.
Yeah, I don't even know what to play here to express
You can pick your poison.
The chaos. We probably don't need it because we have Mike Dorning, who I think we asked last week if this was as chaotic, as divisive as you've ever seen it in your time.
Yeah, in my time.
And it's
but
feeling
not
a lot like it.
Washington's time.
No, well, that's
There
true.
are history books. There are people caning each other.
That's right. We haven't had caning. We haven't had an actual civil war recently either.
And no, Freedom Riders buses getting burned or anything like that.
Well,
yeah, thankfully. Now, we've got our own version of some of these things coming off of January 6th. And I was telling a story earlier, having seen Nancy Pelosi this morning. She held a little roundtable with some reporters. And I asked her how she thought it would be possible for an election denier to succeed as speaker. And she said, well, Republicans wanted Donald Trump to be speaker, remember?
Yes.
And she said, they got him. Was that fair?
That's a little unfair. I mean, Mike Johnson is not Donald Trump, and he's certainly someone who is much more motivated by evangelical, conservative culture causes. I mean, you won't hear Mike Johnson saying, hey, this abortion thing is a loser, we should get away from that. You'd hear him, since having these sincere beliefs about we shouldn't have any abortion, we should return to traditional conservative social values.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but to Joe, your point, your question of the Speaker Emerita, can he succeed as Speaker? I wonder how we measure success now. Is it continuing to hold the gavel, which Kevin McCarthy was not able to do, even if he was able to do a debt ceiling deal, although he didn't stick to it, and was able to continually fund the government until November 17th, even though it got him kicked out? Arguably, those are successes, right? He got things passed on the floor. How are we going to measure the success of Speaker Johnson? Is it going to be contingent, at least at first, on whether or not the government shuts down post-November 17th?
I think it will be contingent on how Republicans feel about how they did in the government in this standoff on November 17th. And Republicans may feel okay if there's a short shutdown, or they may not. He has a lot of factions in his party, and he can't afford to lose the ultra-conservatives, and he can't afford to lose the endangered New York moderates. I think that as an outsider, we would consider success, for the country, avoiding a shutdown and, having a Washington that functions enough to get us through the next election. I will say he does have one superpower that Nancy Pelosi had. Remember, Nancy Pelosi was a very pragmatic person, but she was trusted by the progressives because she was a progressive and she had a long history of sincere backing for progressive causes. We don't know if Mike Johnson will have the same pragmatist superpowers that she has, but he will bring to it a sincere and demonstrated belief in conservative causes.
And there's no doubting that the way some may have doubted Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah, many people doubted Kevin McCarthy. Nancy Pelosi could go to those progressives when she was in a bind and say, hey, look, I'm one of you. I supported your causes. I raised money for your causes even before I was in Congress. I got you the Affordable Care Act, probably the most progressive change in American politics in decades. And now I'm telling you, we need to compromise. It may be, at least Mike Johnson has that authority, whether he can use it and whether he can use it adroitly as Pelosi did, we don't know yet.
Well, and one of those conservative principles he seems to really firmly believe in is fiscal discipline, hence the pay-fors that he would like to attach to Israel funding. That's going to go to the floor, 2 hours from now, we expect? How do you think this is going to go down today?
I think there's a good chance, a very strong chance, that Republicans will vote for this. To some extent, the pay-fors are disingenuous because it actually, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says the pay-fors actually widen the deficit. But they are something that's very popular with the anti-tax crowd in the Republican Party, which is very large, and that's to take money away from the IRS so it has less resources to enforce taxes. Now, that ultimately widens the deficit, but it firms up Johnson's position within the Republican Party. And I would argue we won't really know whether he's being pragmatic or not until we see the end game here, because at least this gets an aid package passed and through the House, then the Senate can come back and with its version, and then we'll see where things go.
You've been doing this for a minute. Mike Dorn, you ever heard of a laddered CR?
I didn't, and I didn't even have time to look up what that is. So
You're making us feel
I've
better
never heard
about
of
our-
one before, and I'm
Okay.
not quite sure what that means myself. I saw that when he said it, and I'm like, that's something for me to figure out later.
Well, he's given something else for Democrats to make fun of. Pete Aguilar today called him a total disaster. We're barely a week into this thing. We're already at that level.
He has started off in a very partisan, very ideological manner. That doesn't necessarily mean that's where he'll finish.
How so, though? What's he done other than bring this Israel bill to the floor?
He has taken the Israel bill, which he was probably going to have to break off anyway to get it through the House, and by putting IRS tax cuts
that's the
on
move
it,
that's got everybody upset here.
Yes, and his first bill through the House perhaps coincidentally attacked Biden's climate funding.
Yeah.
Not that that'll probably go anywhere in the end, but it sets up these partisan fights early on. We don't know if that's where he's going to end up, though. I mean, in some ways, in politics, you always want to consolidate your base behind you before you go into the fight. And also, from his standpoint, if he can show as much Republican unity behind himself as possible, that at least puts him in a better negotiating position when he's at the table.
I thought you might say impeachment, Kaylee. Did you see on Fox last night?
Yeah.
Sean Hannity apparently runs the House now. He's got the whole conference. But just about every hand went up. Maybe every hand went up in the Republican conference in the room when it came to impeachment. The Speaker was asked about it today, and he supports this process.
But he supports the process. He made a very specific point, Mike, to say we're following the evidence, and he suggested that he does not want to pre-conclude anything when it comes to impeachment. Should we take that as genuine?
Who knows whether that's genuine? You kind of have to take that stand if you're the Speaker of the House. You can't go in saying we've predetermined the outcome. But there is somewhat of a difference between the way Pelosi handled the Trump impeachment and the way he's handling it, in his first week. Who knows? She actually fought against the impeachment initially, and even going through that process. And then when the Ukraine thing came up, that was something that was pretty inflammatory, and she shifted gears on that. He, from the get-go, is encouraging the process. But that's where they already were as a party. They'd already started that process.
Right.
So if he had come out and say, Kevin McCarthy kicked it off. So if he had said, I don't support the process, well, then you're going backwards, and that's not going to really work with the conservatives.
Let's hear what he actually said. Here's Speaker Johnson in his first news briefing earlier today.
What you're seeing right now is a deliberate constitutional process that was envisioned by the founders, the framers of the Constitution. This is how they envisioned this to go, not the way the Democrats did it: snap impeachments, sham impeachments, and all the rest. So I know that people are anxious about it, but I will say, Chairman Comer, Chairman Jordan in Judiciary, Chairman Smith in Ways and Means, they've done an extraordinary job, very methodically, and I would say outside the scope of politics.
That's an interesting way of putting it. In our few seconds that we have left, does this move beyond an inquiry?
Well, right now he's just encouraging the inquiries, and politically that may be what gets you the most bang for your buck. If you can keep on inquiring without actually forcing your marginal members to actually take a vote on impeachment, you can try to stoke up dirt on Biden or anything that seems like dirt to help muddy the waters with Trump's various trials and things.
So endless hearings. Just another reason for you to get up to Capitol
And
Hill.
just so people will say, the pox on both houses,
right.
not vote.
We never got to our favorite shows. We'll do that next time Mike Dorning comes to join us. He's got great shows to recommend. Bloomberg politics reporter Mike Dorning. You're great. Thank you, Mike, as always, with us here on Bloomberg Sound On. Let's get up to date on the news. We're late. Nancy Lyons has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Some clarification today from the administration on President Biden's reference to a pause in fighting. Biden used the term when a heckler at an event yesterday shouted there needed to be a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Today, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby described what a pause might look like.
When we're talking about a humanitarian pause, what we're talking about are temporary, localized pauses in the fighting to meet a certain goal or goals. As I said, get A in, get people out.
During a meeting with the president of the Dominican Republic, President Biden said today 74 Americans with dual citizenship were allowed to cross the Gaza border with Egypt. Former President Donald Trump's sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, have been testifying today in the ongoing trial over whether the Trump Organization fraudulently misstated the value of its assets. Both men distanced themselves from the financial statements at the heart of the trial. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Next up for Wall Street, we have got Apple reporting after the close of trading. Ahead of its report, Apple up by 1.9%. Stocks pushing higher. In fact, the S&P set for the biggest gain since May ahead of the jobs report tomorrow morning. S&P right now up 75 at 4313. That is a gain of 1.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average now advancing 508 points, up 1.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index is up 222 points. For NASDAQ, that is a gain of 1.7%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.67% with a 2-year right now at 4.98%. Spot gold, little changed, up $3 the ounce to $19.85, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2.7%, $82.57 for a barrel of WTI. There was a new round of data on American worker output, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Productivity advanced the most in 3 years, easing some of the impact of rising labor costs on American industry. The Labor Department's data covering the third quarter suggests companies are stepping up efforts to improve efficiency. Business investment is held firm with fresh data on factory orders today, underscoring that point. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Airbnb out with a disappointing outlook for the fourth quarter, citing greater volatility in the economic environment that it expects will slow demand for travel after a record summer season. Airbnb down 2.9%. Again, Apple, the big event after the close of trading. Apple right now up by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Keely Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
It's the granddaddy of earnings reports. We'll be talking about it a lot here on Bloomberg after the bell. Apple is up next, the ultimate mega cap tech stock. And we pay so much attention to it because it's in so many ETFs, it's in so many portfolios, it's held by so many people. It is so big. But
So
Kaylee
big.
Lines, there's a real question about the impact that China might have on this earnings report, and some of the risks that we've heard about could actually be borne out here in the numbers.
Yeah, China's kind of a double whammy for Apple because on the one hand, it's a very key building supply area for them. This is where a lot of iPhones are produced in the first place, right? So you have that on one end of the business. On the other end, consumer demand end, it's about 20% of their overall revenue. It's a big market for the iPhone.
Yes.
And yet, Joe, what has emerged since August is a theoretical competitor to the
true.
iPhone, Huawei's Mate 60 Pro.
You've got the Huawei phone with a chip they're not supposed to be able to make.
Right, China made.
China made. You've also got a government in Beijing that's trying to thumb the scale here and ban use of iPhones, at least for government employees and state-run companies, but that's a lot of people.
It could be if that was, taken to its entirety. Yeah. And again, this is about a fifth of sales for Apple. So what happens in this market is really critical to the fate, ultimately, or how this business performs.
It's interesting that, of course, we've been trying to find new areas, beginning with India, to assemble the phones and find a way forward here. But there are concerns about what happens right now. We talked to Daniel Flatley about this. He's back with us, Bloomberg national security reporter. When this Huawei chip first emerged, Daniel, it's great to see you. People kind of freaked out. And we haven't really had a sense of its impact. This will be it tonight.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting story. It's one of my favorite stories because I've been using the iPhone for years and been covering foreign policy for years, and this is kind of a convergence of two things in this sort of new world that we're living in. I think that Apple, as you were mentioning, is a huge company, and it's so big that it needs to think about these sort of geopolitical implications of its actions and how it's going to continue to be successful in China, but also how it's going to maybe counteract what Huawei has been able to achieve with the Mate 60 Pro, and apparently with getting around U.S. sanctions and figuring out a way to manufacture this chip. So I think it's going to be fascinating to see what they have to say on the call today and how this will all play out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure. And to the point on this chip, the iPhone is a really powerful phone, right?
Yeah.
It just grows increasingly more so with each iteration. We're on 15 now. Yes, we're on 15 now. Unclear how well the 15 is selling in China, mind you.
You don't have the 15 yet?
I don't have the
I'm
15
actually pretty
yet.
surprised.
I'm
Don't tell
still
me
on a
you're like on the
14.
8 or something.
No, I'm on a 14.
Oh, okay,
I'm a relatively recent upgrade.
Good.
But these are really powerful phones, right? Are the chips that Huawei has been able to secure that are made in China as powerful? What is there going to be a limit to how far Huawei can take the technology, and Apple potentially could take it even farther?
Right. Well, I think that there are some limits to what Huawei will be able to do in terms of appropriating or mimicking U.S. technology in
and that's
terms
by
of
design,
performance.
right?
Right. Yes, exactly. So the Biden administration has kind of rolled out some curbs, and particularly on this Dutch company ASML, excuse me, who's manufacturing a lot of the lithography devices that create these really high-speed chips. So the problem is that they may not have acted fast enough in order to curtail China's ability and Huawei's ability to develop something that could move as quickly as what the iPhone can do. Now, it's a question of what the next generation of whatever Huawei's going to roll out is going to look like, and what Apple's going to roll out is going to look like. But for now, I think the performance is somewhat comparable. Now, the iPhone still has kind of the first mover advantage. It's been in China for a long time. People like the phone. So, it's kind of a weird convergence of geopolitics. You have China, you have the U.S., you have the Netherlands, you have Europe, you have a whole bunch of players in this space, all kind of working on something that we all use in our daily lives. So it's pretty fascinating.
So are we in a world then when this conference call happens after the bell, the government is actually listening to find out what's going on, or is there a constant dialogue with Tim Cook? We know he was over in China, but he also comes to Washington pretty often.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there will be lots of people paying attention to what Apple has to say about its earnings.
Could it lead to government action if they say, wait a minute, this did evade sanctions, we need to do something?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think that there's still a process that's playing out in terms of investigating what exactly Huawei did in order to achieve this performance in the Mate 60 Pro. That's still playing out. And, the Commerce Department is leading some of that. So once they get kind of the hard evidence there, that could potentially lead to some ratcheting up of sanctions or some more specific measures. But I think in terms of what Tim Cook will do or what Apple will do, I go back to a conversation I had with Congressman Mike Gallagher, who's the chairman of the Committee on Competition with China earlier this year. And he met with Tim Cook. He met with Bob Iger. Right. He met with executives out in California, both in entertainment and technology. And he basically said, these folks are at the forefront of decoupling, or de-risking was the term that he used from in terms of U.S.-China relations. So I think, Tim Cook is going to have to play a bit of a role of a diplomat or a head of state, or he's going to be talking to the U.S. government and potentially be involved in some pretty sensitive conversations about where Apple goes from here.
It's fascinating, and obviously we all care very much what Tim Cook has to say. When we go back to the idea, and you mentioned it, like maybe sanctions needing to be tightened or export controls needing to expand in some way, how live are those conversations right now? Is that something that could happen imminently?
Absolutely. I mean, I think eminently, I don't know. I mean, I think we're still a ways off from some new action. But in terms of the conversations, that's something that folks at Commerce, at Treasury are looking at every day. I mean, they just rolled out 130 new sanctions on Russia today, including some Chinese companies, some companies in Turkey, some companies in the United Arab Emirates, basically aimed at curtailing Russia's ability to get technology from third countries. So there's always targets that they're looking at, that they're working on, that they're developing. It's just a question of when do you pull the trigger, when do you implement those restrictions in order to not hurt U.S. competitiveness, but to try to hurt your adversary, which is a very kind of a delicate operation these days.
It's like a balance beam.
This is a lot about where we are. We're gearing up for an Apple earnings report so we can talk about national security.
Yeah.
That might not have been the case a couple of years ago.
Yeah, well, it's just the way that all this has developed, right? You have two major powers, the U.S. and China, that are trying to compete without getting into a shooting war.
As they say at the White House. Competition without conflict. Is that it? No conflict, we seek competition?
Right.
That's one of the catchphrases.
Okay.
And are we de-risking?
Too many of them.
No, we're de-risking, not decoupling.
Not decoupling. Right. Conscious decoupling.
Yeah.
Dan Flatley, thanks for bringing us up to date. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Sources tell Bloomberg Siemens Healthineers is reviewing its diagnostics segment as the German company seeks to streamline its operations. Six Flags Entertainment has agreed to merge with Cedar Fair Entertainment in an all-stock deal that will value the combined businesses at about $8 billion, including debt, and it will create one of the biggest theme park operators in the United States. Right now, we have got shares of Six Flags surging 6.9%. Cedar Fair, which uses the ticker symbol FUN, F-U-N, down by 1.5%. Rival theme park operator SeaWorld up 5.2%. The Walt Disney Company up by 2.3%. Novo Nordisk says it plans to boost supply of Wegovy. That is a drug that can help patients lose about 15% of their body weight. The company has been restricting starter doses for Wegovy to safeguard supplies for people in the U.S. who are already on the medicine. Apple will report earnings after the close of trading today, a stock we were just talking about here on Sound On. We've got Apple shares ahead of that report, up now by just about 2%. Ford Motors' tentative contract with the United Auto Workers Union has received its first vote of approval, with 82% of workers at a Michigan factory registering their support. Those results are from Ford's assembly plant in Wayne. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Let's bring you up to date on world and national news. Before we talk high heels with Kaylee Lines, you'll see what I mean in a minute. Nancy Lyons has world and national headlines from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is traveling to the Middle East, determined to not let the Israel-Hamas conflict spread. He spoke with reporters as he was leaving Joint Base Andrews.
We are determined to prevent escalation on any of these fronts, whether it's Lebanon, northern Israel, southern Lebanon, whether it's the West Bank, whether it's anywhere else in the region.
Blinken is also expected to urge the Israeli government to agree to several humanitarian pauses to allow for hostages to be freed safely and for humanitarian aid to be distributed throughout Gaza. A woman will lead the U.S. Navy for the first time in the service's history. The Senate confirmed Navy Admiral Lisa Franchetti as Chief of Naval Operations today. She's the first woman to be a permanent member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Her promotion has been stalled for months, though, due to Senator Tommy Tuberville's hold on confirmations. Former President Donald Trump's eldest sons, who helped run the family real estate empire, took turns on the witness stand today, disavowing any role in preparing financial documents at the center of New York State's $250 million civil fraud claims against the Trump Organization. Both Don Jr. and Eric Trump are accused of conspiring to inflate the value of their father's assets by billions to get better terms from banks and insurers. Well, jury deliberations are all that's left in the trial of FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried. Bloomberg's legal editor, Tony Ahrens, has a recap of the closing arguments.
The government basically said that Sam Bankman-Fried was a liar. He lied about little things, about big things. And they put together 6 moments where he doubled down on the fraud rather than coming clean. The defense tried to say that Sam Bankman-Fried was not a monster, that he wasn't an evil guy, that he was in over his head, and he never intended to steal money from anyone.
Bloomberg legal editor Tony Ahrens. Bankman-Fried faces more than 100 years in prison if he is convicted on all of the counts. Global news 24 hours a day and wherever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Joe and Kaylee.
All right, Nancy, thank you. I could not walk or run in high heels. I'll just come out with that. I don't know how you do it, by the way. It takes a lot of skill and practice, and I think there are some questions about what's going on. We talked about it a little bit the other day. What's going on inside Ron DeSantis's cowboy boots?
Yes.
Are there lifts in there? Is he walking around in high heels inside the boots? Because there seems to be a real growing belief that that's happening.
Yeah, we've all seen it roaming out there on the internet, right? This theory.
Especially after the Bill Maher thing and the illustration that followed.
But apparently the candidates running against him are in on this too.
This is coming up at the debate next week, right?
I'm sure.
We're going to hear about the high heels. You pointed me to this. It was the Daily Show last evening. Nikki Haley was asked about it. I put the questions so everybody knows what we're talking about here with the high heels. She didn't see it coming, but she did pretty well with the answer. From the Daily Show, here we go.
Are you wearing higher heels than Ron DeSantis next week at the debate so you can look taller than him on the stage?
I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. I can tell you, I've always talked about my high heels. I've never, hid that from anybody. I've always said don't wear them if you can't run in them. So we'll see if he can run in them.
Don't wear them if you can't run in them.
I mean, I agree.
Can you run in your high heels?
Depends on the surface.
Okay.
Yes, if I'm running from my desk to the studio, can do.
Done. I might have seen that, actually.
On the marble floors of
Capitol
the Capitol
Hill, not
building,
so much.
that would be a
Did you
hard
see
no.
the high heel race last weekend, 17th Street? They do this every year around here on Halloween. And they run, man. They are sprinting in high heels.
Do you have any idea the ankle
A lot of
strength
men doing that too.
requires?
Well, listen, Ron DeSantis, this is a challenge. He is clearly going to have to show up ready to strut on stage next week in those boots, Kaylee Lyons.
Oh, my God.
Heels or not, It's time to start walking. All right. Thanks for humoring us with that. Let's go to New York now, because you know Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. It is Thursday, November 2nd, and this is Bloomberg Business Week. And, Tim, maybe stocks are wearing high heels today.
Yeah, everything is awesome, Carol. Taking a look at the big board, we see the S&P 500 is up almost 1.8%, on track for its biggest gain since May. The Dow up 1.5%, the NASDAQ up 1.7%. The question is, what does Apple do to all this after the bell?
I don't know. Does it add some momentum or not? Apple's certainly enjoying some gains in today's session as well, and most names in the S&P 500. But you bring up Apple because we're going to get their earnings after the close. It's a big one. It's really interesting. We've now gone through 24 hours of news and market moves, if you will, since that Fed decision. I don't know. Was the Fed really that dovish? We're going to check in with Mike McKee, who is en route for a big conversation with a big Fed voice. So see what he has to say. He was there in the room with Jay Powell, asked a question, and the chair said basically, you know, every meeting is live. We got a lot to talk about with Mike.
Yeah, we'll catch up with Mike in just a few minutes. Plus, life after COVID, Carol. Are we after COVID? I mean, at least for pharmaceutical companies.
Have you gotten another vaccine?
I've not. I got a flu shot yesterday. But I did not get my COVID shot yet. There are some difficult side effects for big pharma, like Moderna and Pfizer. So we're going to dive into that, too.
Looking forward to this. It's kind of like, what's next now? We're also going to tell you about the impossible mess that is the U.S. housing market with no end in sight. It's about people with low mortgage rates who don't want to move, and it's about too high mortgage rates for young home buyers who just can't afford the possibility of buying a home.
Serious demographic implications, too, which we'll talk about a little bit later. I did not know about this, so you're going to want to stick around for that one.
Not a new idea, though.
Not a new idea.
Really cool story.
The co-founder and CEO of the men's apparel brand Rhone is going to stop by. He's going to talk about the big names who've invested in the company's most recent round. You heard the name from Carol. Nate Checketts. He's in our 5 o'clock hour.
He's doing some really cool stuff, and just some recent news about an investment last year, about a year ago. But it really is, I feel like, a game changer for them. They're still kind of moving forward, but anyway, this is interesting. And I got to say it again, Apple reporting after the close along with a few others. So we're going to be all over it on a day where we have stocks rallying across the board, and we are pretty much staying to our highs of the session, up both 1.7% on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. We're going to watch that NASDAQ in particular after the close because Apple can certainly move that index. All right, folks, now over to Scarlett and to Katie. We're going to talk about the markets. Countdown to the close starts now.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. Katie Greifeld and Shonali Bassick. We're joined now by our colleagues Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek. And when we do that, we welcome together all of our Bloomberg audiences, radio, TV, YouTube, originals, the list goes on. And Carol, we're looking at a green market and then some.
It's like crazy. I'm looking at what most of the names in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 are higher. Tim and I were just kidding, like everything is awesome again. Hard for me to believe that the Fed was really, really that dovish. I mean, all meetings are still live, but nonetheless, we have seen, I think, Treasury yields move off their lows. I kind of can't wait for the Fed members to start speaking again and kind of hear what the narrative is. Having said that, Tim, I wonder if they're going to be pointing to the productivity numbers. We saw productivity, most growth in 3 years. Productivity used to be a favorite of Alan Greenspan's.
I thought everybody just goes to work and looks at their iPhones all day, but it turns out people are actually being productive. Okay, so a couple more things to keep an eye on. Of course, Apple after the bell, that has the ability to certainly change sentiment. We've seen that in the past. And then, Shonali, we have the monthly jobs report that comes out tomorrow. We're still expecting 180,000 roughly, according to economists who were surveyed by Bloomberg. But look what happened last month with that blowout number at the beginning of October. So we'll have to see if a number comes out so strong that it has has people concerned that the Fed's hikes are not actually making their way into the economy to the same extent that investors at least believe today they are.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen that massive move lower in yields on the heels of what you heard from Fed Chair Powell. But the question is, how hot is too hot for a job market that reverses any of that? There are many in the market who listened to Jerome Powell and said that, okay, maybe a hot jobs market doesn't need to mean that the rates need to be so much higher to break the economy. The question is, how hot is too hot for inflation itself as well? I'll be watching wages.
I have to say, it feels like the relationship between inflation and the labor market has become more murky. It seems like, especially this cycle, and what one means for the other. But we'll see, of course. We'll get those figures tomorrow. Big focus on wages. We did hear from Jerome Powell yesterday saying that wage growth hasn't been the primary driver, the principal driver of inflation, but remains to be seen.
The productivity numbers, right, speak to that. If we're being more productive, it alleviates some of the pressure from wage growth. So you kind of put it all together here.
I have a little bit of a segue, but I think it works. We think about the labor market. We think about productivity. Let's talk about AI and specifically ChatGPT, because there was a great story on the terminal basically looking at whether ChatGPT could pass the CFA exam. It's too bad Romain isn't here. I think he would have some thoughts on that. But basically, JP Morgan researchers found that when you look at whether OpenAI's ChatGPT can actually pass the first two levels of the exam, if prompted, potentially, but it's going to take a while before they're able to actually clear the entire thing.
Now, I wonder when they do clear the entire thing, what does that mean for the job market? I was an MBA girl rather than a CFA girl. Does the CFA become more or less attractive when you know that the MBA students are doing their tests using ChatGPT?
Aren't they all just networking, outage?
Yeah, I was going to say, as long as ChatGPT can't be programmed to party, then it can't do well at an MBA.
What did you think I was doing all day?
Can the robots hang? I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of parties.
Isn't it a case of ChatGPT becomes
CFA,
smarter
not so
the more people use it and feed information? So maybe it's just early in the game, and that, give it, I don't know, a couple of months, a few more months, maybe it gets smarter and it can actually pass it. I don't know.
Can the ChatGPT be a CFA charter holder? I don't know. We'll see. But it is a fun story, and I love that JP Morgan actually crunched these numbers.
Well, they have like an AI team that did this. They have a team that focuses on this stuff, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Apple will have the answer when it reports earnings.
Nice deep tease there.
I don't know. It was kind of reaching, but thank you. All right, guys, we're going to be back in less than an hour's time. We're going to count you down to the close on this Thursday. It's a jobs eve. It's an Apple earnings report after the close, along with a few others. So we'll be all there to break it down. Beyond the Bell at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. And nobody covers the economy, international economy.
I'm so glad you went there. I thought you could say what a man Jay Powell is.
Nah.
I agree.
Sorry,
Michael
Jay.
McKee.
Sorry, Jay. Let's just get right to it. Michael McKee is out there in our Atlanta bureau. He's international economics and policy correspondent joining us there, getting ready for a big interview, which we'll get to in just a moment. What's with the hat?
Go Dogs, University of Georgia. We are here in Atlanta. And of course, the big game this weekend, Tennessee, everybody's going to be focused on that here. You think jobs is important. But I mean, this is, as my daughter who went to UGA says, this is football.
Football.
This is football. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, if you had to assess the game that is monetary policy, how would you do it in terms of what we got from Jay Powell and company yesterday, Mike?
Well, I think the bottom line for people on Wall Street is basically that you can't, at this point, think the Fed is done, and you can't think they're not done. You sort of have to throw, as my question to Jay Powell was, you have to throw the dot plot out the window and the forecasts out the window and just basically go meeting by meeting and think that each meeting is live. They don't have an objective measure of data that they're using now to decide on whether they should raise rates or not. It's subjective. What does everything look like when you put it all together? What does it appear to them to be telling them? And so it's going to be hard for people to really invest ahead of the Fed at this point. We'll see the markets gyrate a lot based on economic data, but really what you think the Fed is going to do, you're not going to know until you're pretty close to the meetings.
It seems like traders today are pretty convinced they know what the Fed is going to do, and they certainly think that the Fed is not going to raise rates another time. I'm pretty surprised to see this market reaction, Mike. I know you're a macro guy, but you certainly pay attention to what's happening in all of the markets. Does this surprise you, the moves that we're seeing today in the bond market and the equity market?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because I think the markets were leaning in this direction, and they go where they want to go, where they think they want to go. Now, I've been telling people all day on Bloomberg, talk to me at 8:31 tomorrow. Yeah. If we get another blowout number like we did last month, 336,000, then you're going to see yields go right back up again. So it really doesn't matter at this point. We focus a lot on the movement, and Jay Powell said this, and look what happened. But it's really going to depend on what happens between now and then, and what they set us up for when they get close to the meeting.
What's Jay Powell more worried about at this point, you think? Or is it even in terms of doing too much or too little?
I think he's still worried about doing too little. The Fed gets in trouble when they do too little, and the memory of Arthur Burns is seared into every Fed official's brain. So they're still going to be worried about doing too little, but at this point they think they've done enough. They just need to get confirmation of that, and it doesn't come in a neat, tidy package. So they're going to sit and wait and watch and eventually decide, well, it looks good enough, and we don't have to raise any more. Or if inflation comes back, we'll see them raise. They won't be cutting anytime soon.
Well, Mike, it sounds like that's what you were trying to get to at your question to Jay Powell. Abigail Doolittle and I were like just kind of parsing over words that you said and what you were asking. Kind of just remind everybody what you asked, what you wanted to get, and did you feel like you got a good answer?
Well, I want to get a sense that the Fed is that the market can't guess really at what the Fed is going to do successfully, because they don't have an objective way of measuring it at this point. And while Powell was saying we're on hold, we could raise rates again, that's what they've been saying for a long time. They had another rate increase penciled in the dot plot before the end of the year, but now the end of the year doesn't mean anything. Every meeting is going to have that potential for a higher rate if the inflation numbers start to go back up again.
Mike, I was talking with Carol earlier about this because I think one of the takeaways that people had yesterday after hearing from Jay Powell was something they've been saying for weeks, which is, okay, the bond market could be doing some of the work of the Fed, and we've heard that from Fed speakers over the last few weeks or so. What happens if yields fall because of that relief that people think the Fed is done raising rates, and those higher yields stop doing the work that the Fed wanted them to do?
Well, a little bit of that has been what's happened over the last 24 hours. It's going to have to be sustained. The way monetary policy works is they raise the cost of money. You go in for a loan. It costs you more. Maybe you don't borrow as much, or maybe you don't borrow at all. But that takes place over a long period of time, the long and variable lags. Not everybody lines up to get a loan at the same time. So they're anticipating that the longer this goes on, the lower the economic activity will be, because people aren't going to be taking out these loans to expand their business or buy houses or whatever. And that'll slow down the economy enough to bring inflation down. The question is, does that happen? They've been surprised all along by how strong the labor market is and how strong growth has been. So they want to keep that possibility of raising rates again in reserve in case they continue to get surprised. And if the market doesn't back off, then it is always possible that growth stays strong. But if growth stays strong and we get strong numbers, the market's going to come back up again. Yields are going to come back up again as bond investors try to force the issue.
Mike, as economic cycles go, once things start to come undone, whether it's, we fall into a recession or not, but once they start to come undone, do they start to come undone rather quickly?
Historically, that's been the case. There is a saying in economics that recessions are nonlinear events. They just sort of spring upon you. Now, we haven't had this kind of downturn recovery really ever, or at least in the age of data. In 1918 flu, we didn't have the data that we have today. So we don't know exactly how things are going to work out. The last couple of recessions before the pandemic brought on this recession, and the last two were brought on by financial market excesses. In this case, it's hard to say what the excess is and why we would necessarily have a recession. So it's hard to see where the recession comes from, except putting it in the lens of previous downturns. And that's kind of what the Fed's been doing, and a lot of economists on Wall Street have been doing, and it hasn't worked, and nobody quite knows why. So we could have a nonlinear event. We could go into recession, but it's hard to say, here's the thing that could make it happen.
Can we go into recession if the U.S. is still adding roughly 200,000 jobs a month?
Nobody thinks that's really possible because all those people are going to be spending all that money that they are now making. And that just adds to the overall spending in the U.S. and the overall wealth in the U.S. So as long as, that's why the Fed thinks they need to have a higher unemployment rate and lower job growth, is at this point we are adding to the economy's capabilities for growing rather than being neutral or cutting back.
But if we're spending perhaps more on student loan paybacks or more on our mortgage rates, could it possibly just kind of feel like a recession, Mike? Or will we maybe start to see some areas of the economy kind of get hurt just because we're spending more money elsewhere?
Well, there are a number of theories about that. If we're spending more money elsewhere, then yes, there would be cutbacks somewhere. The general feeling of academics who've studied the student loan thing is it's not going to have a major impact on spending overall. Most of the people with large student loans are the people who have the more lucrative professions, and so they can continue to pay their bills. Housing is an issue because if we don't buy houses, then we're not going to be buying the furniture and carpeting and et cetera that goes with it. So you could see a bit of a downturn there. But as long as people get jobs, they're still going to be spending money, and they've shown they want to spend money. They're going to be spending money on stuff, and that's going to keep it going, even if some of these particular areas do fall off. Now, the question kind of is, who would fall off at this point? If it's lower income people, yes, they're going to be buying less stuff like groceries and gas and things because they live paycheck to paycheck. But we see the upper income strata still spending like crazy, and they can power the economy for quite a while.
Mike, I took the day off on Tuesday to go trick-or-treating, and I will say that it was pretty subdued in my neighborhood, and I heard it was subdued in my old neighborhood as well, and I saw people tweeting about people, one candy limits. Is there any sort of anecdotal data that we can look at here for a Halloween candy indicator?
I don't know that there's solid data. There are trade associations that anticipated a good Halloween, but I can tell you anecdotally, talking to a lot of people in the Washington, D.C. office after Tuesday night, there were a lot of complaints about the cost of candy bars to give out. And so maybe people were a little less generous. I don't know. You remember Robert Griffin III, the former quarterback for the Washington Redskins, who is now an ESPN broadcaster? He tweeted that he took his kids out, and they got to a house, and the people wanted to charge the kids for candy.
No!
I don't know if that's true, but...
Wait, what?
But there's an economic indicator for you.
All right. Mike, you're the best. And Mike, by the way, sits down with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic for an exclusive interview tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. Do not miss it. Mike McKee, of course, at our Atlanta Bureau, covers all things international economics and policy. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow, yeah. So don't go anywhere, everybody. We're just getting started on this Friday. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We got a post-Fed rally underway with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing ahead of the jobs report tomorrow morning. Right now, the S&P is up 77 points. Best level of the day, up 1.8% at 43.15 on the S&P 500 index. Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 517 points, up 1.6%. NASDAQ up 232. That is a gain of 1.8%. We've got stocks advancing after the Federal Reserve hinted it may be done with interest rate hikes. Traders now eagerly awaiting tomorrow morning's jobs report. So are those Fed hikes over? We put that question to Kim Crawford at JP Morgan Chase.
I think there was a dovish tinge to it, but these hikes are still on the table. They still are data dependent. And I think they're giving themselves a few months to just see if this recent tightening in financial conditions, whether that will feed through into the labor market and growth data.
And we've got the 10-year yielding 4.69% right now. The 2-year, 4.98%. Spot gold up $2.50 the ounce to $19.85. That is a gain of 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.6%. $82.52 for a barrel of WTI. Apple reports today after the close of trading. Apple shares right now, they are higher by just about 2%. Starbucks beat sales expectations thanks to resilient demand for its iced lattes, but it still reined in a key annual growth target that Wall Street expected it to have a hard time meeting. We've got Starbucks shares moving higher now by 9.9%. And this update is brought to you by Glenmead. Glenmead offers sophisticated wealth and investment management solutions combined with a personalized service you deserve. Your wealth, your mission, your investments. Let's talk. Visit glenmead.com to learn more. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We'll talk with you anytime, Charlie Pelleton.
Hey, without a doubt, I feel the same way about you, Carol Messer and Tim.
Oh, okay. There
we go. Got everybody in.
Little love fest. Hey, we want to talk about, we were thinking about this in our planning call this morning, but kind of life after COVID drugs. The pharmaceutical world, amid the rise of GLP-1 drugs, that's another big thing facing them. The new class of weight loss drugs, you know them.
Excess COVID shots. So down. Also, they're going to reduce its manufacturing footprint as the vaccine maker prepares for a post-pandemic era, which includes lots of R&D.
No, it's a really good point. Moderna at its lows was down almost 18%. Right now it's down about 8%. Pfizer earlier this week reported quarterly results that also missed some expectations. Sales of its COVID-19 shot and Paxlovid pill continuing to tumble. So as we said, Tim, we want to do life post-COVID for Big Pharma.
Yeah, we got Bob Langrath with us right now. He's Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. He is in our New York City bureau. Also joining us on the phone in New York City is Bloomberg News reporter Jerry Smith. Great to have both of you with us this afternoon. Bob, I want to start with you and just give an overview of where these big pharmaceutical companies that developed and worked on the mRNA vaccines, where they are in 2023 when people just aren't going out and giving COVID shots anymore.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years ago, these two companies that made COVID shots, COVID pills, it was just the biggest thing in the world. It was not just the topic of everyone's attention in the world, but it was also the topic of investor attention. And Moderna's share was just shooting through the roof a couple of years ago, and the expectations were through the roof, these sales could continue forever. But now the pandemic, financially is over with a vengeance. We're going back to normal. Investors are realizing that it's just going to be a normal product, and the days of sales growth for COVID shots, that's behind them. And these other products that Moderna is working on, it's going to take some time and go through the normal approval channels. And And the FDA is not going to be working the midnight oil to get every drug of theirs approved, like they were during the pandemic.
Hey, Jerry, come on in on the conversation. And that's what I keep hearing, and I keep thinking that it's just, and we hear it from, I feel like, CEOs, leaders in all kinds of different industries. We're going back to normal. The pandemic understandably upended everything, and in particular, these two big pharmaceutical companies. So back to normal. So this is what? The big pharma, where they spend on a lot of ideas, R&D, and they just hope for that next $1 billion blockbuster drug.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't think anybody really knows what normal is going to look like. I think it's been really hard for these companies to predict how many people are going to get the COVID vaccine. We saw this morning Moderna say that they expect sales of $4 billion next year, which is was well below what analysts were expecting. And the companies really, it's a delicate balance because COVID-19 shots are still their only commercial product. And they need to maintain sales of this in the future until some of these other vaccines that they're developing actually hit the market.
Is that the Jerry Smith that we would normally have on to talk about Disney paying Comcast $8.6 billion for its Hulu stake? If you're thinking to yourself, wait a second, why is Jerry Smith talking about pharmaceutical companies? It's because Jerry, who has covered media for years, Carol, is spending some time on the pharma beat and the health beat. And Jerry, congratulations on the new role. It's really cool to have you switch it up and talk about this. We're going to come back to you in a second. Bob, I want to get over to you and talk a little bit about the GLP-1s that Carol mentioned. We talk about that a lot in the
time.
We talk about it a lot, especially though in the context of Novo Nordisk,
yeah,
and then also Eli Lilly. Eli currently working on getting its approval for its own GLP-1 to get approval for a weight loss.
Right.
So it's not off label anymore.
Right.
Are Pfizer and Moderna getting in on this too?
Well, so Pfizer's trying to do this. So basically, at the beginning of this year, investor interest and excitement just switched on a dime. Late last year, beginning of this year, switched on a dime to obesity. And Novo and Eli Lilly are just way ahead on GLP-1 and obesity because these drugs came out of the diabetes world, and they were, developing these GLP-1 drugs for diabetes for years. They're just way ahead in the obesity world right now. But other companies are definitely trying to catch up, and certainly Pfizer is. They're working on some drugs that could potentially be taken, GLP-1 that could be taken as a pill, but it's still in trials and we're waiting the results there. Amgen is also trying to get into GLP-1, but it's still in the early stages. As far as Moderna, they're not so much involved with that. They're working primarily on vaccines and cancer and rare diseases. So Moderna spending tons of money on R&D. I mean, investors. One of the reasons one of the reasons investors are worried about it is that they're overspending on R&D. They're spending more than the revenue base, will kind of allow that. That's a worry out there. One of the analysts that downgraded them today said, the empire building doesn't leave much room for error because they're spending massively on all these trials of all these vaccines, just as the revenues decline. So it'll be very interesting to see, what comes out of this.
Moderna, by the way, down almost 61% this year. Is a almost $27 billion market cap. Pfizer is down about 40% this year, almost 41%. It's a $171 billion market cap. Having said that, Jerry, they're not the same kind of companies. Moderna, as we said, the vaccine was a big deal for them. Pfizer's got a lot of other things out there already in the marketplace. The future of Moderna, I'm not going to say uncertain. I think that would be fair and certainly subjective and an opinion, but they've got a lot more on the line here, safe to say.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the COVID-19 shot is their only commercial product right now. So they're developing vaccines for RSV and flu and melanoma and lung cancer. They are really racing to, capitalize on this technology, this mRNA technology they use to develop their COVID-19 shot. But yeah, I mean, it's some of these vaccines are a few years away, and as Bob said, it's going to be very expensive. I think they're looking to do 15 products in the next 5 years and spend about $25 billion over that time. So, that is the concern when they have one product and the sales of that are going to decline next year at the same time that they're really turning on this fire hose of spending to develop all these other vaccines. So yeah, investors are worried, and you can see that in the stock price this year.
But Bob, did the efficacy of the mRNA shot from Moderna, did that show us that mRNA vaccines can work on those other things that Jerry mentioned?
Yeah, so the question really is not that the mRNA technology and effective. You know, the pioneers of this, the University of Pennsylvania, they won the Nobel Prize in medicine this year. It's not that it's a good technology. It's clearly good at designing a vaccine fast and getting to manufacturing fast. It's kind of a very speedy technology, very adaptable technology. But as Moderna tries to go into some of these other more established respiratory diseases, and outside of the context of an emergency, outside of the context of a pandemic, it faces a lot of commercial hurdles. It's working on a vaccine for RSV. mRNA, which could be the first mRNA vaccine for RSV, but two other companies, Pfizer and Glaxo, just came out with RSV vaccines. So Moderna's number 3 to market. And in the flu, there's lots of flu vaccines out there. So Moderna's going to have to prove not only they can make a good flu vaccine, that it's better than the existing ones, or at least significantly. And they want to charge more, they're going to have to show it's like significantly better. So, and then it's looking promising in cancer too, but those are long trials, or you're testing an early stage melanoma and early stage lung cancer with Merck. So those are long, complicated trials that aren't going to yield like massive revenues immediately.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned for Life Post-COVID. We're going to find out more and continue to do so. Bob Langra, thank you so much. Bloomberg News healthcare reporter on Zoom in New York City. And then on the phone in New York, Bloomberg News reporter Jerry Smith. Check out the story. You can find it online at Bloomberg.com and, of course, on the Bloomberg terminal.
Well, let's now get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Washington, D.C., where we find Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Speaker Mike Johnson says the House is ready to take up a funding bill for Israel that would be paid for with cuts to the IRS. President Biden has already vowed to veto any such proposal. Johnson says Israel is facing a dire situation that must be addressed quickly.
Israel doesn't need a ceasefire. It needs its allies to cease with the politics and deliver support now. And that's what we're doing. House Republicans plan to do that. We're going to do it in short order, and it provides Israel the aid it needs to defend itself, free its hostages, and eradicate Hamas, which is a mission that must be accomplished.
Johnson spoke during his first news conference as Speaker. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate will not take up the House bill and will instead work on its own bipartisan measure. Turning to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. is imposing a new round of sanctions on 130 firms from Turkey, China, and the United Arab Emirates. Those targeted are alleged to have assisted Moscow in procuring equipment needed on the battlefield. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump have both been taking the stand today in the New York civil case, accusing the Trump Organization of fraud. During testimony today, Don Jr. said he played a minor role in the company's finances. His brother Eric echoed his brother in saying he did not know anything about the valuation of assets. Their father is expected to testify next week. The final Beatles recording, Now and Then, has been released with the help of artificial intelligence. Titled Now and Then, the track comes from the same batch of unreleased demos written by John Lennon in the 1970s that Yoko Ono gave to the other three Beatles in the 90s. Free as a Bird and Real Love came from those demos, but there were technical hurdles to the track Now and Then that have now been overcome with machine learning. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing ahead of the closing bell, minutes away from the latest numbers out of Apple, and we are at the best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks with an aggressive bid all day as the S&P 500 regains the critical 200-day moving average. Dow is currently up 544 points. S&P's gained 81, and NASDAQ is higher by 1.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.67%. Gold is up 3. Oil is climbing, but Bitcoin is down by 1.7%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the green, led by gains in real estate and energy. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Nike and Walgreens, while Merck was little changed. After earnings, Starbucks rose 10%. Eli Lilly climbed 3.5%. But Moderna fell by 7.8%. In other news, the Bankman-Fried jury began deliberations in the FTX fraud case, and Constellation Brands is buying back $2 billion in stock. Wrapping things up, Apple reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, on Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, tick-tock. It's just under 18 minutes left in today's trading session. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We've got stocks pretty much staying at their best levels of the day. Charlie just breaking down the numbers. Yeah. As we said, everything seems awesome again.
Bill Maloney, who you just heard, he used a very technical term that I think was one he developed as a trader. He said, "This is a rip-your-face-off rally."
Bill, are you listening?
He's walking away right now. I see him.
Rip-off-your-face rally. Pretty interesting. I think he said the S&P, right, back above its 200-day. So
that's bullish.
Significant, yeah. Certainly technicians would say so. All right, so let's get to it with Lance Cannon, portfolio manager at Hood River Capital Management, joining us on Zoom from Palm Beach, Carden, Florida. He manages the Hood River International Opportunity Fund. It's up 9% year to date. Tim, it's in the 89th percentile for funds in this category. That's according to our own data here at Bloomberg.
Hey, Lance, good to have you with us this afternoon. Let's talk about the day and then zoom out a little bit. I mean, the S&P 500 is up 4.3% over the last 5 days. Are investors getting ahead of themselves right now?
Tim and Carol, it's great to be here. That's a good question. It would be great to have more of these days coming ahead, but I think it's hard to ignore that which is happening from a macro standpoint out there as well, and the fact that there are some signals that would suggest that maybe this isn't self-sustaining as long as we'd like. But, we've been wrong before, and we'd all love to see more of these days going forward. So here's to hoping that this is sustainable at this juncture.
Well, so you've got to manage a fund, or you are managing a fund, and I don't know how much you kind of move around the portfolio, but in this environment, what is it that makes you sell, buy? Is it just case-by-case company? Is there macro factors that impact the portfolio strategy?
That's a good question. So here at Hood River, we're a bottoms-up fundamental long-only shop. So we tend to look for quality management teams we can invest with over time, to have good quality products. And so for us, it's all about the fundamentals. Fundamentals drive both the buy and sell process. So we're looking for companies and opportunities that present a company in a situation where it's undervalued relative to maybe some of its peers or even what we think it should be valued. I think a great example of one of those type of names would be On Holdings, which is the company that owns On Cloud shoes. It's a company that we own with our international fund. It's based out of Switzerland, but it's listed here in the U.S. They've done a really good job in terms of growing in Europe. They've got a really great management team that's continuing to work here and growing the company in the North America region as well as in Asia Pacific, which we think has a lot of leg.
Well, North
Still-
America, right, is their big market right now. If you look at a pie chart, right, in terms of revenues. And I know the ADRs that trade here in the United States are up about 60%. I'm not being a show off, but our team just did a show, one of our chief future officers on holding, and they talked with, there's two co-CEOs, but one of the co-CEOs is actually the CFO as well. So we just did a whole half hour on it. So it's certainly been a company that's on our radar. But you're right, China, there's a lot of room for growth there if they can make it work.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. And I think that will have been, if they can be successful over there, I think it's one of the things that can help them continue to drive EBITDA margin expansion. And one of the reasons why we're excited about the name is that we think there's opportunity for them to continue to expand margins, drive higher earnings growth, and develop more cash flows that can be distributed back to us as investors down the road.
Okay, what about Baltic Classifieds? It's part of Baltic Classifieds Group. It trades over in London. You know, you hear online classifieds and you think to yourself, wait a second, I thought Facebook and Google completely disrupted this space. What's going on?
Yeah, so these guys are not necessarily in those jurisdictions that where you would think about Facebook and some of the other guys, whether this is like Lithuania or some of the Eastern European countries where maybe it's not quite as developed from that standpoint. They've been able to go out and find the right platforms and develop the right platforms in those jurisdictions or in those geographies. And it allows them to be a number one or number two market share holder from that standpoint. And their average revenue per customer or per ad is significantly lower relative to like your Facebook or eBay or some of these other online platforms that are doing and selling products online from the individuals. And so we really like the opportunity that they've created where they can drive top line growth through both price and the pricing power that they have, as well as through expanding into other geographies that are adjacent to the ones they're already in, where they're already starting to see some traction from cross-border opportunities. And if they're successful in doing this, we believe that the EBITDA will continue to grow. They'll continue to see margins expand as they've got a really high or really low level of fixed costs that have already been covered and then some. And while it currently trades at 18 times and this thing's growing at, call it mid-teens, we think this is a longer-term play that can really kind of juice your portfolio going forward.
Small cap, when you look at the small cap universe, lots of names out there, you think, right now for you to be looking at? A lot of them have been beaten up. I know certainly here in the United States.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's we're definitely constructive on international small cap or the small cap in general as a whole. If you look at like the MSCI ex-US small cap index relative to the MSCI ex-US large cap index, historically the small cap index is traded at a premium relative to large cap. Right now, large cap is trading at a premium relative to small cap, which to your point, I think illustrates that these small cap names have just really been beaten up. But that's also why we're so positive and excited about the opportunities that we're seeing out there. We're seeing a lot of companies where there's opportunities to own names that will have positive earnings revisions over the next 12 to 18 months. And that's really where we're focused right now, is identifying those names that are going to have those positive earnings revisions and allow us to generate alpha for our clients going forward.
Is there a geography, a region in the world that you're most bullish on?
There's a handful. I mean, India is very interesting to us right now. We're excited about various parts. Obviously, we've talked about a name there in the UK/Europe area. There's opportunities almost everywhere we look. To say that there's one particular one that I'm excited about more than others is probably not true, because I find there's opportunities pretty much everywhere.
Squeeze in one more, Basic Fit. They're based over in the Netherlands, I believe.
Yes.
Another 1.6 billion market cap. I'm looking at actually 1.6 billion in terms of euros. So tell us about this. This is what? Health clubs, fitness
Just
clubs.
like what it sounds like. Basic Fit.
Be fit.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Sorry,
yeah,
Basic Fit.
I would tell you,
it's been a rough week. All right, be kind.
She's talking to me. Don't worry, Lance.
We've got about
don't
30,
worry, it's all good.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess real quickly, this is like the Planet Fitness of Europe.
Yeah.
So it's a low-cost provider. They're opening in more countries. They're in Spain and the Netherlands and Belgium and France, and now they're expanding to Germany, the UK, and Italy. So a lot of opportunity to continue to expand. There's not really a whole lot of competition for them. You're going to grow top line both by driving more memberships into the current clubs that are open in those various countries, as well as expanding to other countries adjacent to them. EBITDA margins should continue to expand as they're able to leverage those fixed costs.
All right.
All the fun stuff. Thank you.
The question is, if it's the Planet Fitness of Europe, do they still have Pizza Mondays like Planet Fitness has here?
That's only hope. That's only hope. Lance Cannon, portfolio manager at Hood River Capital Management, joining us there from Florida. Stick around. We've got the close about 10 minutes away.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Fellett. We are minutes away from the latest numbers out of Apple, the most valuable company in the world. We'll be getting a first glimpse at how sales of the new iPhone 15 are going. Also, we'll be looking for any comments on China. With more and a preview, here's Bloomberg technology anchor Ed Ludlow.
The expectation is this will be the fourth straight quarter of sales declines that Apple will see. And you have to go back 2 decades to find a slump like this for Apple. You're completely right that the iPhone 15 in the context of China will be a focus. The iPhone 15 went on sale September 22nd, meaning there was about a week left in the quarter of sales that will be reflected in the fiscal fourth quarter financial results. But the third-party data has not been good. Basically, in layman's terms, the first 30 days of sales of the iPhone 15 generation in China in particular have been high single digits below the first 30 days of 2022 when the iPhone 14 went on sale.
And that's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow reporting Apple shares ahead of earnings coming up in minutes now, higher by 2%. Palantir Technologies is surging the most in almost 6 months after the company reported the fourth consecutive quarter of profitability and highest earnings since its founding 20 years ago, citing strong demand for new artificial intelligence offerings. Palantir Technology shares, they're up by 20.4%. Qualcomm after earnings up now by 5.9%. And those are some of the top company stories that we're following at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 4.5 minutes left in today's trading session, getting ready to wrap up the Thursday trade, a day where, as you just heard from Charlie, we got quite a rally underway in terms of the equity trade, and we're continuing to see buying into the close as we speak. From Charlie, we got quite a rally underway in terms of the equity trade, and we're continuing to see buying into the close as we speak. Yields are off their lows, but most notably when you look at that 2-year note, which is just below 5% as we speak, 4.98.
Maybe this has something to do with it, Carol.
What?
Elon Musk earlier today.
Yeah, what do you do?
Offering up some information about SpaceX's Starlink. I'm just kidding. It doesn't actually have anything to do with it, but it does sort of show that there are some businesses actually doing quite well right now. We've talked about Starlink in the past in the context of really what it does. You know, it's a service that provides internet via satellite all over the world. Elon Musk in a tweet saying that the company has reached break-even cash flow. He said this in none other than a post on the social media platform that he owns, X.
Twitter. I'm still calling it Twitter. Just go. Just take me down to Elon if you want.
He said that Starlink now accounts for a majority of all active satellites.
Yep, and we'll have launched a majority of all satellites cumulatively from Earth by next year. You know, we've done, Bloomberg News and Bloomberg Business Week has done several stories about the little satellites that are going up in the air, and he's been very active in this space. I mean, and right, he's been the one who's been launching up satellites. Full disclosure, Starlink, we use it out in the water.
Oh, yeah. Wait, talk about that a little bit. How does it work?
It's just you attach it to your phone.
Easy?
Pretty easily. And it's really amazing. It's just like kind of a flat panel, and you can it shifts as you move around.
Is it expensive?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't pay the bill on it. But they have one for the RV world.
Yeah.
They charge a little bit more, I think, for out on the water. You can turn it on and off as you need it. And essentially, like if we're not in the water now for a few months, we can turn it off.
Does it work?
But it works really well.
Like you could stream Netflix using it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like...
And that's part of why we did it, because we were in a location where the service was terrible. And you really find that sometimes...
But it works better than your phone internet, do you think?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fast, pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's been great for people who live in rural areas, too.
Yeah,
because it's so expensive to get internet to those places.
It's pretty remarkable, and it is a significant turnaround for this company. So pretty wild to see it. So listen, everybody, get ready. We're going to talk about the close. We've got Apple coming at around 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time. That's a big earnings, but man, we've got a rally underway. Let's head over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the closing bell. Beyond the bell. It starts right now.
Beyond the Bell Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
About 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day, Katie Greifeld and Scarlett Fu counting you down to the closing bell. And here to help take us beyond the bell, we have global simulcast. We're joined now by Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic, bringing together all of our audiences. I could go through the list, but I really want to talk about Carol. This
everywhere.
This
if you're watching us, you know how.
Rally. The S&P 500 up 1.8%.
Yeah, we've been seeing, like, it looks like we're just rolling over, but I was just seeing, like, a moment ago, it feels like there was more buying into the close here. Yeah, you've got most of the names in the S&P 500. We went through the 200-day moving average. So pretty remarkable that it is so broad-based in investors, certainly on the equity side, Tim. Risk off.
Yeah, up 4.3% just in the last 5 days.
Risk on. Sorry, risk on.
Risk on. Okay, that's fine. Up the most since May of 2023. Scarlett, it's actually the highest, what's interesting, value-wise, only in the last 2 weeks, going back to October 17th.
Yeah, that's a good point, but it's been up and down quite a bit. I was looking at how even the Russell 2000 is participating in this, up 2.6%. Brent Schutte, who we just talked to, the CIO at Northwestern Asset Management, had made the point that some of these beaten down groups, like small caps, have fallen so much that they probably reflect a recession, and that's been priced in. So even if the economic data doesn't come in as expected, they're in a position to perhaps continue to find buyers.
Yeah, I have to say it was a nice note of optimism around small caps, which there's been a lot of doom and gloom around, especially on the close. I don't know about you guys on radio, but definitely not a lot of love for small caps right now. Not so much today. Of course, small caps rallying along with everything else, about 10 seconds away from the closing bell. We're going to finish about 1.9% higher. That is the best day since April for the S&P 500. It's the same thing, too, if you take a look at the NASDAQ finishing about 1.8% higher. The Dow getting in on the action up 1.7%. And like Scarlett and I were talking about, this is ahead of a lot of risk events still to come this week.
All right, everybody. We are going to get to the gainers. I don't know if we want to. Do we want to go right to Booking and just talk about their earnings?
Do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Booking coming out. Third quarter revenue, $7.34 billion. That's a beat. 7.26 is what the street was expecting. Third quarter gross bookings, we're looking at $39.81 billion. That is a beat. $38.22 billion was the forecast. This is a great indication, whether or not people are continuing to travel, and that revenue beat is certainly catching our attention here in the after hours.
All right, I've got Paramount, which is the former CBS, the former Viacom, all put together into one nice package. Paramount Global third quarter adjusted EPS, continuing operations, 30 cents. That is 3 times what analysts had expected, which was a dime. In terms of revenue, $7.13 billion, slightly less than the consensus estimate of $7.15 billion. Continuing operations EPS, 36 cents for the quarter. Paramount right now, little change at the moment, but we'll, of course, keep an eye on that one.
Okay, I got my eyes on shares of Redfin, the company coming out and saying that third quarter adjusted EBITDA missed estimates. Estimates were for 7.74. They come in at 7.65. Revenue coming in for the third quarter just below estimates at 269 million, Katie, versus estimates of 270.5 million. In the after hours now, we're still waiting. No post-market change, actually. Unchanged in the after hours, I should note.
And we are just getting pounded with earnings right now. Let's talk about Expedia, which is also out with the number. Third quarter adjusted EPS, $5.41. That's a beat. The expectation had been for $5.01. Third quarter revenue coming in at $3.93 billion. Also a slight beat. The estimate had been for $3.87 billion. You can see shares starting to perk up right now, rising about 3% just as we adjust those numbers. I will add also Expedia coming out with a $5 billion share buyback authorization. Usually that's greeted with open arms, so we'll see how that's welcomed in the after hours.
I would say investors like it. The stock's up about 4.25% here, so that initial pop, now we're up at more than 5%. What's interesting is Booking Holdings, which had been rallying, it looks like it's now unchanged here. So we're getting a lot of movement here, I feel like, in the after hours following some of these earnings, Scarlett.
Yeah, and it's something we'll keep an eye on, of course. We're continuing. We now have a trade here for Paramount Global, up about 4% in the post-market after results. Lots of questions here about the streaming business, whether it's profitable. The company does cite progress on the path to streaming scale and profitability, says direct-to-consumer remains on track to drive earnings improvement in 2024.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at some of these other headlines crossing from Paramount. Worth repeating. Third quarter revenue coming in just below estimates, 7.13% versus estimates of 7.15%. Third quarter adjusted EPS of continuing operations beating estimates at 30 cents. Estimates were for 10 cents, Katie.
And this is definitely a shot in the arm for Paramount, currently up about 6% after hours. You consider the fact that if you look across 2023, the stock is down 29% through today's close. So again, clearly investors finding something to like in these results after a pretty rocky year for Paramount.
Yeah, just coming back to Booking Holdings, looking for some color on the environment for Booking. The company's CEO, Glenn Fogel, talking about, we're pleased to report record quarterly room nights, gross bookings, revenue, and net income driven by a strong summer travel season. So that's backwards, guys. We are encouraged by the resilience of leisure travel demand, and we remain focused on executing against our key strategic priorities.
I will say this is a little bit of stark contrast to what we heard from Brian Chesky and the folks over at Airbnb yesterday after the market closed, given that they're understanding and concerned that there are going to be headwinds moving forward as a result of a changing economy, and people won't be traveling to the same extent that they did during a record-breaking season earlier this year.
Yeah, I'm looking at Expedia's comments too, and it like Booking, it's pretty much backwards looking, talking about record revenue, profitability, the resilience of travel demand, continued improvements from executing the strategy. When you talk about executing your strategy and improvements there, that's efficiency. That's not really demand driving everything.
All right, let's go to WW International. This one has been on a tear this year, although we know that this stock is way down from some of its highs, but nonetheless, it is sinking in the after hours. The company coming out, third quarter net revenue, that's light, $214.9 million. The estimate was for $221.5 million. Third quarter EPS, 54 cents versus an estimate of 12 cents. I'm going to look for some clarification on that. Third quarter end of period subscribers, 4 million. It looks like it's down 2.4%. Quarter to quarter, so that's losing the trend lines to the downside. Third quarter net subscription revenue, $203.5 million. That is down 7.8% year over year. These are not the trend lines that you want to see, and the stock is now down 23% in the aftermarket. It's about a $6 stock.
I will say that Heather Stark, the company's CFO, in a statement saying that the company is in some cases exceeding 2023 objectives, but has anticipated the strategic decisions to promote long-term commitment plans and to wind down our low-margin consumer products business pressured revenues in the quarter. But she's confident that they're making the right decisions to return the business to profitable growth.
Well, it seems like that is falling on deaf ears, at least at this moment. The share is down 24%. Wow. I have to say, I'm really excited to hear some of the executive commentary on the call, the analyst questions as well, because you have to imagine that this is a stock where the Ozempic effect is a big overhang.
What did you talked to Novo Nordisk's CEO? What did he say about the ripple effect across the healthcare adjacent industries and companies?
Well, I asked him specifically about when we think about some of the food, the snack makers, the retailers, whether the Ozempic effect and these concerns are overblown or whether they're right in line. And he said some of the concern is probably exaggerated. But you think about a company like Weight Watchers, and it makes more sense that that would be more of a direct line.
There would be, but it remains to be seen. There's so many unknowns out there when it comes to these weight loss drugs. To what extent is insurance actually going to cover them? Because they are so expensive. And if insurance doesn't cover them, then people won't be able to actually start to use them.
The thing is, this is a platform that, if you go back to WW, right, it's a platform that is subscription-based. And if you're losing subscribers, even though you're embracing this new strategy and these weight loss drugs, you got to scratch your head a little bit and say, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, anything that's subscription driven right now is getting a much closer look by the consumer, who's facing higher costs for everything, really starting with some of the streaming. So if it hasn't been effective for you and the prices are going up, there's no downside in taking a break from it.
And I do think it's interesting just to zoom out on this earnings season, the idea that, some of these beats are being driven more by cost cutting and other such measures, efficiency measures versus actual demand. And it really feels like that's the part of the cycle that we're in. And you marry that with the fact that this market has been so punishing to those that miss expectations. And all of this just sets us up for Apple.
All right. We also have Live Nation in the meantime as we await Apple. Live Nation's third quarter revenue, $8.15 billion. Analysts were looking for just under $7 $7 billion. So that is more than a $1.15 billion beat.
Thank you, Taylor
over the
Swift.
estimates.
Can we just say it?
And Beyonce, right?
Well, you know what they say in the press release. Today we delivered our strongest quarter ever and are on pace for a record 2023. And they talk about the acceleration of growth in the live entertainment industry. I'm looking to see if they say Taylor. I don't see it yet.
Well, I'm sure it's going to come up. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to come up in the earnings
Careful,
call, right?
she might write a song about you.
By the way, the adjusted operating income for Live Nation in the third quarter, $836.1 million. Analysts were looking for $709 million.
All right, we've got Live Nation. It is up about 3% in the after hours. Weight Watchers down about 18%. And we've got Coinbase just crossing third quarter revenue, $674.1 million. That's better than the forecast, Katie. 654.7 was what the street was expecting.
Yeah, going to be interesting to parse into those numbers. Of course, Coinbase, we were expecting to see some color around lower trading volumes, but you take a look at least at revenue and it's a beat.
All right, guys. And of course, we're waiting for Apple, which should come out at 4:30 Wall Street time, looking to see any movement in the after hours, just up a hair, but we'll be breaking that down, I know, just as you guys will.
T-minus 12 minutes, right?
Tick, tick, tick.
Who's counting, though?
We all are. All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, lots of earnings on this Thursday. Join us again tomorrow, radio, TV, YouTube, and of course, Bloomberg Originals. We're tracking the markets for you. With earnings season, although we've gotten through the bulk of them and some of the big ones, but of course we have a really big one, Apple after the closing bell, Tim, today.
Yeah, it's set to report its quarterly and full year results just over 20 minutes from now. Hopes that the company's results will help salvage a mixed earnings season for mega cap tech stocks are being clouded by one issue in particular. China/Greater China is
Big
how
deal, right?
Apple refers to it. Yeah, it's heavily exposed to the region. We talk about it all the time. It's not just sales there, Carol.
Yeah.
But it's also the manufacturing that occurs in the region.
All right, so let's get to it. Ryan Vestelka is equities reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us on Zoom from technology. He is equities reporter, but he keeps a close watch on all things in terms of the tech world. So Ryan, it is a big one. Tell us what you are kind of keeping your eyes on. And just for a little context, we know that Apple's more than 7% of the S&P 500. It's 11% of the NASDAQ 100. So what comes out of Apple can really move markets?
Yes, absolutely. Pretty much the direction that Apple takes right now is going to dictate the kind of overall direction, and it's really a proxy for overall risk sentiment. So if they have good news, that's likely to be taken positively about equities as a whole, and if there's more caution, especially about its holiday season coming up, that's going to have some broader implications there as well. You mentioned the risks about China. This is something that has been kind of growing, and more people have been mentioning it to me as I talk to them as far as investors and portfolio managers and so forth, concerns about how strong demand is in China, and then concerns about just the rising geopolitical tensions that are escalating between the U.S. and China. Of course, you might remember that there were some bans in China on use of the iPhone in certain government departments, and just it speaks to a level of tension, in the air right now that could be just an additional risk for a stock that has been kind of all over the place so far this year.
It's not just what we're hearing about the bans coming in on the government level, Ryan. It's also the fact that the Huawei phone the new phone from Huawei has done particularly well. And the anecdotal, I want to say it's anecdotal, but it's not actually anecdotal. It's survey-based data that some of the firms have done over the last few weeks to try to understand how the iPhone 15 is selling in China. And it's looking pretty disappointing. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, exactly. So early reads so far, and that's obviously going to be a major focus of the results, and those are just minutes away. So, who knows? We could be, very out of date in just a short little bit of time. But for the moment, there are concerns about how strong is demand there. And you did say, when it comes to Huawei and other competition from, other companies, it seems like that's escalating at a time when, handset demand has not been especially robust. But Apple did just release its latest iPhone a few weeks ago, and this is going to be our first real insight into what demand looks like there, and how strong those sales are, and then what they say about what demand could look like, going forward.
Just hang on a sec. Carvana out with third quarter adjusted EBITDA of 148 million. Big beat. Estimate was for 59.7 million, so less than half that. The stock bouncing around, but it looks like it's up about 1.25% in the aftermarket. Back to Apple we go. What I want to know from you, Ryan, though, what was the options trade, or what has the options trade been like leading up to earnings for Apple?
Position has been somewhat bearish going into the results, although today the stock performed pretty well, easily outperforming the overall broader market. Stock's down, more or less 10% off the peak hit earlier this year, but has been rebounding a little bit. So even though there is some kind of bearish positioning there, it does seem like, the initial move going into the results was more or less positive. We'll see, who ends up being right in the immediate aftermath.
Apple's up 36% year to date. The S&P 500 year to date is up 12.46%.
Little outperformance
it's
there.
Quite a bit of outperformance, I think it's fair to say. What can you tell us about the way that Apple reports? Look, it's a company that's at the higher end of the income spectrum, no question, whether we're talking the U.S. or around the world. And in fact, I think around the world, it's even more at the higher end of the income spectrum. Can it tell us anything about the way that certain economies are faring, though, if we dig deep into the numbers, Ryan?
Yeah, I think people are going to be using it as a proxy really for consumer strength, kind of across the world, but especially in the U.S. and of course in China. That's going to be a major focus here. And of course, Apple spends so much money on buybacks, has such strong cash flow that those are things that kind of support its earnings, even in a period of weaker revenue trends as we've been seeing for the past few quarters. So earnings should be fairly positive this year, at least on a year-over-year basis, even as there continues to be somewhat tepid results on the revenue side.
Forgive me, Ryan, as we wait for Apple, and I know that's what you're talking about, but I am looking also too at Block, formerly Square. It is up about 12.5% in the after hours. Its earnings just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. And here's what investors seem to be focusing on. Company sees fiscal year adjusted EBITDA of $1.66 billion to $1.68 billion.
Okay.
It had seen $1.5 billion. That's quite a bump to the upside. So interesting in terms of its outlook. Like, this is what we care, what it's seeing, what it's talking about going forward.
I will say Block, sorry, Carol, I keep
That's
saying
okay.
it. It's down 30% year to date. And if you go back to February of this year, it's down 50%. So there's definitely some room to make up for the declines that we've seen this year.
Absolutely, but it's definitely posting some numbers and outlook that certainly looks more positive and might get some attention from investors. Ryan, broaden it out for us as we are just about 16 minutes away from Apple's earnings. They are expected at 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time. But when you look at the companies that have reported, Apple is kind of the last of the big tech, if you will, or mega caps. How have we been doing on the earnings front in terms of U.S. companies?
Well, results have been, pretty strong overall, but that doesn't mean that the stocks have been, very happy with the way they've all played out. I mean, you would say that Microsoft in particular was a very strong report. However, the stock, it rose the next day, but not too dramatically, just because, you have these sort of overarching headwinds about, where Treasury yields are and Fed policy and economic growth and all these other kind of macro trends that are out there. I think the most notable one so far has been Alphabet, which really struggled in the wake of its results, which were pretty strong, but they did feature some weaker than expected numbers out of the cloud business, which is fairly small within the context of Alphabet, but just something that people were really watching for. And that really just, hit the stock, and that one ended down almost 10% on the day. The other ones, it was a pretty strong result out of Amazon. That was offset by a weaker result out of Meta. Tesla earlier this season, also disappointed. We will have NVIDIA in a couple of weeks. I don't forget the exact date, but that's going to be another one that people are watching for. That's obviously one of the biggest gainers of the year with AI chips and so forth. But right now it's all about Apple, and so far it does seem like it's been sort of 50% positive, 50% negative, and we're going to see which way they tip the scale.
NVIDIA at November 21st after market.
And DraftKings coming out with numbers just now, Ryan, up about 14% in the aftermarket. People excited, it looks like, about the company saying it sees fiscal year revenue of $3.67 billion to $3.72 billion. That's up from 3.46 to 3.54. So certainly changing the numbers there. So those numbers, Carol, they continue to come, and they're continuing to come pretty quickly. We're still waiting on Apple, though.
DraftKings up about 7% here in the aftermarket. There are some names here that aren't typically maybe our focal point, but certainly of interest to our audience, to us as reporters, certainly to the Bloomberg audience. And man, they are just taking off. Again, you've got DraftKings now up about 8.5%. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much. Ryan Vlastelica is equities reporter for Bloomberg News with a look at Apple. And as we wait for them, Microchip just coming out. Sees third quarter adjusted EPS of $1.09 to $1.17. The street was looking for $1.44, so looking to see if we see a little bit of pressure on that one in the aftermarket as a result of that forecast.
Okay, look at this. We're also seeing, Microchip narrows its fiscal year CapEx forecast, but it did beat estimates, as you mentioned, Carol.
Pulling it up real quickly on the Bloomberg terminal in the aftermarket, down about almost 5% here. So, it is largely, understandably, it's about what you did the last quarter, but people are looking at the outlook to get an idea of...
Show me.
Well, especially after that incredibly strong U.S. GDP growth, if we just focus on the U.S. market, what comes? Nobody expects a repeat in the final quarter, but nonetheless. All right, lots to come. Apple.